And welcome to the Bowls New Zealand YouTube coverage of the Summerset National Singles and Pairs as we continue now on to, I don't know, day 4 or 5 or 6 of this event. We are, as you can see, broadcasting from underneath the roof at Bowls Ariwa due to some inclement weather conditions, although they do seem to be improving. My name is Alex Reid and I'm joined today by Kevin Hickland. Kevin, can you talk to us about who we're going to be watching today, please?
Yes, we're going to be watching Val Mathews, who's got the jack right in her hand right now. Val, of course, is an iconic figure in both Thames and the Waikato of the years gone by. Winner of a number of the original New Zealand Open events, and has performed very, very well at a national level. And up against the Royal Oak combination of Janine Young and Agnes Motu. Of course, they yesterday recorded what they would be delighted their victory. They beat Taylor Bruce yesterday. Taylor Bruce and Claire Hendra. That was one of their victories yesterday. And we are seeing now with the Royal Oak players, there's a number of the Royal Oak players now, Janine Young and there's others who are coming to the forefront. So this should be a good encounter between Kay Bunn and Val Mathews combining together. Kay Bunn, of course, plays for the Thames Valley. Hello, a double ditcher.
And so on the 2 metre we go.
2 metre we'll go to. And there's an interesting number of players out here on this rink today. Of course, we've got Gail Melrose and Sharon Sims, both involved with the New Zealand side, and Taylor Bruce and Claire Hendra. We've also got playing along here today, returned from Australia to play in the event, Iris Dixon, who's the mother of Lisa Dixon, of course, from North Harbour. Dale Rain is here on this particular rink. So there's a good range of players here of let's say, varying abilities or varying success, but Anne Muir, of course, is out here as well on this rink today. So we'll bring you these two matches today, and it's the Thames Coast combination who have jumped out to an early lead of 6-0 after 4 of the 18 ends. Alex, just following on though from yesterday, I watched some of the game this morning, or last night, I can't remember, of the game that we did with Doreen for the
Peter Doreen
against Mike Small, and just watching this rink, it's full compliment to the club here. This rink is, I'm not going to say there's no rink that's faultless, but it is really what you keep watching the bowls. It's you will get rewarded. You take your green, get your line right. You can see already with 3 bowls played that hasn't been the case. So there's no excuse at all for not getting.
Absolutely,
to be able to build good heads.
And it's provided some absolutely wonderful bowling, Kev, and once the heads start building up well in both the pairs and the singles, we've seen some really good stuff over the last 3 days here at Bowls Ariwa, and absolute compliments to the facility and whoever laid this green down, because it's running pretty good and quite fast as well, sort of high 16 seconds, I would say, which is nice. So.
Well, for a carpet green, that's literally its top end, so to speak, isn't it?
Good speed,
but it's a very, very good. It's a very, very good pace.
It's Val on her forehand side. A few New Zealand Open winners in this in these 2 combinations. I think Aggie Motu won the pairs, didn't she, with Kirsty Hill, the New Zealand Open pairs?
Yes, Kirsty Hill's here today as well.
Yes, playing with Karen Hemmett, another star-studded team, really.
And we've got a lollipop lady there as well for this particular game.
Aggie here on the forehand, looking to make a correction. Playing with edges, looks similar to what Neville Hill plays with.
This looks a better line. There's that, the old story, Alex, that visualization, and we spoke about it yesterday on the certain lines on the green or marks on the green, and again, it can be complemented here. You can see that chalk line or out to the side
and
there.
That middle line was beautifully done. I don't know, it was one of the helpers from Bowls Ariwa, and she had a bowling mat and then like a straight edge thing,
So,
and made her way up to get it perfect.
So
and
it is perfect.
Absolutely
isn't it?
appreciate that. Lovely job. And that, you
Yeah,
can see
you
with the
can see
consistent
that.
spacing.
You can see.
Beautiful job on the centre line, whoever did that.
So
Thank
there's no excuse really on this particular surface why you can't get. You're going to get back to the jack. You're going to get back to the centre line.
Yeah, we'll see good bowls. A very grooved delivery there from Bunn on her forehand side, looking to go either way, either around or underneath the short bowl of Aggie Mathews for second, as we see it run out.
Because Val Mathews, formerly of Patararu, sold the farm. They and played for Waikato for I don't
A while.
know. Oh, a long time. Yeah. And our lollipop lady will keep us posted as well. Pretty scattered head though we've got here to start off with.
Interesting. I don't think we'll see this in 4 or 5 ends time. I think we'll have seen the heads tighten up by then. It's Kate on her forehand side here.
Very close into the body, isn't she? Very tucked. That
very grooved delivery, isn't it?
It is, and you know it's important that delivery that you get that arm out. But there we can see that point on the green that we were talking about, Alex, and you'll get, if you've got the right weight, you'll get rewarded, and that'll come back to exactly to the centre line, or that might roll into the ditch. That's the right exact line.
So for Kay, she thinks, well, I know I got my green right. I just need to not give it quite as much oomph with my last delivery. Janine still searching here.
Janine, she's played a lot on the various indoor surfaces and PBA and other things, so you know she knows only too well that.
Going to have to pay attention here, Kev, because we've got 2 sets of orange bowls.
Oh, there is
different,
too.
and different teams.
They are, so I'll say one's very orange, the other one's half orange.
Oh, I'm colourblind, so they both look exactly the same to me. I think Janine with the XG, so not quite as much white along the outside, but just pay attention. It could be easy to get confused watching this game. Of course, not like the days when we had all black bowls or brown if you were being adventurous.
So K Bunn there had adjusted with that weight that we spoke about, was just outside though that line, and didn't get back as far as she wanted to. Here's a chance now. Of course, there's a good meter here really for Janine Young.
On the forehand.
Well, it looked a good line out of the hand. It's all going to depend on the weight. Certainly was a good line. It's going to.
It was a good effort there.
Good effort run by.
Slightly overplayed, so we see Aggie and Janine on the scoreboard for the first time in this game. They were trailing 6-0. We'll just wait for the lollipop person who's trying to get Val. Look, Val.
Oh, now there's a debate between the lollipop lady and the players now. Jack's going to get lost again, is it? That's the indication. Is it? Yes, it is. So it's...
confusion reigning, Kevin.
Now she's on the green, the lollipop lady. So so no one got the shot. That's fine.
Maybe she's asking what colour.
Yeah.
Who's what colour? We'll get there, Kev. As we watch Val get to redeliver the jack. And Aggie just having a conversation.
It's a pretty challenging.
There we go. We'll figure it out. Oh, we're going to get a conversation now.
The jack's up. It's a start.
And it was one. It was 1 to Young and Motu there.
There it is. It's up there, 6-1, as we play in 5 of 18.
We got there eventually, Kev.
Yeah.
And Aggie starting off on the backhand. Both hands on this rink, as we've spoken about, play nicely, really. You know,
you'll be rewarded, Alex, whichever hand you play if you get it right.
Yep, take a nice green, so it becomes more about finding the weight of this rink, because we know what the green's going to be, don't we?
Again, I'm not trying to be critical, but around 16 seconds isn't a hard weight to find. You know, it's not a 21 or 22 or an 11 or 12. It's it's a good pace to find.
Yeah, it's the pace most bowlers, if you ask them, would say that they prefer.
Yes.
So you can play a full range of shots as well. The bowls will hold a little bit with weight. You're not trying to pick an outside or an inside line. Great shot there from Val.
Mathews, that's
done that a few times in her career, I would suggest. Maggie looking to make a correction. Nice smooth delivery from Maggie Motu.
Yeah, that kept down on the bowl, didn't sort of move around too much.
Yeah. Used to play with quite old bowls, Kev, and I see she had to change to these Henselite edges. I'm not sure when she made that change, but they used to be, I think, even maybe the ABTs, the old big swingers,
the old
used to
big
play with.
swingers, yeah. Yes, there was always a bit of a controversy about the ABTs because there was a lot of variation because they came out after the original. They came out after the Classic Twos, and there was at one stage Henselite gave me a set of ABTs, and they were certainly very difficult. They were, and certainly had a different green. They had let's just say, compared to other bowls, they had a new green to what was traditionally that was played with. And I suppose just Aggie got in that.
Showing a bit of frustration.
Well,
there.
she brought if you notice her hand there right at the point of delivery, and this might sound being pedantic, but she just swayed the hand inwards slightly, and that's where that's the vital part of holding that line. And
Aggie would have known the moment she let it go that it was not a track that she wanted, and it was lovely weight too, because we saw she hit one of her short bowls up essentially.
Yeah, well, she was on
to
the
jack
line
level,
to the jack.
so she was in the right space. And you see Val switching to her forehand because Aggie's bowl must look like it's in her line on the backhand side. And that's three pretty good lead bowls there from Val, holding one but good position.
Val Mathews has been a real consistent player over many, many years, and it's not for us to talk about people's ages, but let's say Val's certainly seen a few bowl seasons go by. But we saw it last year, we saw it again this year. That we take the likes of Bev Morrell as a case in point.
Unbelievable.
It's yeah.
You have the literally in the sport, if you have the ability to roll the bowl along the green.
Well, it's one of the great
things. Desire, I think.
Yeah, well, it's one of the great things about the sport, isn't it? And if we take Orewa as an example, whereby let's say they've got a fairly mature age membership, but they've provided the facility where they've got an all year round facility. They can play 7 days a week, and it suits them. And it's great to come to an indoor complex and not hear that. As some used to go to, you'd hear that clunk as clunk as they delivered the bowl.
Good stuff. Okay, here on the forehand side, very grooved delivery. It's I wouldn't call it unusual because it's obviously quite grooved, but at the beginning she does
just gets that little
almost
tuck into
a
the
wind up at the start. Hey, as we see on the forehand.
Going to be close to a counter here. Alex coming on, it goes by it's a metre.
Beautiful line.
Janine Young here, of course, her big thing is to get a bowl on the head for their team because at present they don't have the three bowls of Aggie Motu's all came into the short department.
And Aggie would ordinarily skip a game, appears, Kevin, but I think she's been playing less bowls over the last few seasons. As we see Janine, good weight that time.
Yeah, finished jack level. Well, of course, if Kay's fortunate enough to be able to get to the jack and get just a touch on the jack, doesn't have to move very far. There's about 4 shots that any jack movement certainly would favour. Hard to get to, though, to be fair.
Yeah.
But by goodness,
this is a
pretty good line. It's a pretty good line for what we were just talking about, Alex.
Now giving it a real look. Oh, lovely effort. There was real intention there from Kay Bunn.
That shot was certainly on, and I just wonder. This might sound to be super tactical, where Janine Young could play the other hand and perhaps not even get the shot, but if she got second shot to negate that particular shot opportunity. And this is a good attempt from Janine Young.
She's played this one well.
Needs to just get inside the bowl and fall. Is it going to do so?
Oh, a little bit unlucky there. Lovely shot. Now,
so, after watching the second bowl of Kay Bunn's, you try and play for the deliberate trail, don't you, Alex?
Oh, for sure. You're looking to score more than one here. You've built a good head. That would be a shame to only get a one out of it. So Kay will play this with intent, and she has done so.
Oh, she's on that inside line, which is favourable for them.
Very close here from Kay. She's clearing the front one. Now, how much jack movement is she going to get, if any jack movement? Oh, great effort there.
Great effort. Great effort.
There's more that she dropped her weight a little, I think, Kev. We see it finish level with the jack.
Certainly had the line, wasn't it?
Wouldn't have moved the jack far with that weight, but add a metre, and you're looking down the barrel of 4.
And there's our lovely marker indicating.
Looking like one there. So 7-1 lead now.
One to the Thames Coast. Have you been to the Thames Coast Club, Alex?
I have not. Is it nice? Is it a nice club, Kev?
It's actually, as you go through Thames, go just out of Thames, on that Thames Coast Road, and it literally sits on the sea. It's only a matter of metres away from the actual Firth of Thames, as commonly, not
brilliant.
commonly, is known as. So it's very, very much a seaside club, and there's a big camping ground just adjacent to it. And it's a lovely spot out on about 10 minutes out of the town of Thames.
Oh, it sounds it. Val with a full-length jack here. And then on her backhand, looking to draw one not too far away, and she's successfully done that, Kev. That's a good start there from Val Mathews.
She'll keep drawing all day, Val. She's just... mind you, they might be able to get home to the Thames Coast at the moment anyway, because there's road blockages around that area at present. Some friends of ours were making their way to Whangamata. They were at Cook's, and fortunately the road is now open, though, and they were going to see our family at Whangamata today, and the road was closed up until this morning, but now it's open so they can venture around.
Made it through.
To get through.
We see the Aggie just falling a little bit short again. She'll be looking to remedy that. We're only on N6 of 18, so she's got plenty of time, but she'll start thinking, and she knows that the first bowl needs to be maybe a metre past, and then you work from there.
And we will try and get, Brendan might be able to help us to get us some updates of some of those important results from round 1 this morning of those who were hanging on to qualify, and two especially that I refer to, Alex, is that of Amy McElroy and Selena Goddard, and of course Taylor Bruce and her partner.
I'll see what I can.
Hendra.
I'll see what I can magic up for us, Kev.
Because they sat on one win after last night's play. So, Alex, you just put the chocolates right in front of me.
I did. Oh, that's all good. Right.
So Val Mathews played 2 very good bowls on this, one right on the centre line in front of the jack, one just behind, and this third bowler, Mathews, is on a good line as well. This is good leading, Alex, from Val Mathews.
Oh, great stuff, really.
3 bowls, all on the centre line.
3 top bowls there, and it's tempting. Aggie, we know, has a good run shot.
Well,
maybe a time to use it here.
One of the things in pairs is you either waste it on this bowl or the first bowl of your skips.
Absolutely, 100%. I agree with that. Last bowl of your leader, your first bowl of your skips.
You waste it now.
Yeah, the bowls that are important. You put focus on, and then you've got your clean-up bowls afterwards. So I wouldn't be surprised to see aggression here from Aggie on the forehand. She's a very accurate run shot player. Here we go. With reaching weight on the forehand.
Through the port to try and get down to the jack.
Willing it to turn if it gets clean through here. It's not far away, Kev.
It's close. It's close. Gets a feather off the front. Well played. Well played by Aggie Motu. Gave a bowl every chance to get a result. And as we rightly called, Alex, that was the time to spin the bowl to try and get a result, wasn't it?
Absolutely. And well played there from Aggie. So we just have a look through the women's pairs results. I'll take us through the sections. There's only 6 or 7. Remember, if you want to look for these yourself,
yes,
folks, they're on the Bowls Hub Aotearoa, which you can access through the Bowls New Zealand website. Just go there. Got all the results from all the games played. In Section 1, Nicole Toomey, Mary Ann Wilson, 4 out of 4. Mandy Boyd and Ange Boyd have dropped a game.
Lost a game this morning, obviously.
Lost a game this morning to someone.
From Makaroa, from the Bay.
Ange, Stephen, and Caitlin Thompson. Now it's a mother and daughter combination. We had Caitlin Thompson on the stream for the singles.
Oh, I know the young lady you mean. Yes,
an 18-17. So that's a mighty scalp there for Angela Stephen and Caitlin Thompson, both still juniors or just out of juniors. Section 2. Olivia Bloomfield and Lisa Prideaux leading that, 4 out of 4. Lisa Prideaux, of course, has played the last few nationals and been very successful in the pairs with Val Smith.
2 wins in a semi-final in the last few years. And also Wendy Jensen, Robin Walker, they're unbeaten in that section as well.
Absolutely, and Selena Goddard and Amy McElroy are on 2. So they're still with a chance. They were defeated by Sonara Watt and Christine. No, excuse me. They won that game 25-4. It wasn't defeated, Kev.
No.
They were defeated by Olivia Bloomfield and Lisa Prideaux, 17 points to 9. And
that's
a
big win for Bloomfield and Prideaux. That's a convincing win, isn't it?
It is. I think
over that combination.
Yeah, Bloomfield and Prideaux certainly up there in estimations. And Lindley O'Callaghan and Tina.
Here's the bowl. Here it goes out. There's a shot bowled out.
Great bowl there from Kay.
Ran down underneath the head and got the bowl out clean, took one of her own, but certainly attacking, well played.
Clearly comfortable with weight, Kate. Then if we move to section 3, sort of progressing as expected. Ashley Jeffcoat and Kimberly Hemingway, 3 out of 4. Lisa Dixon, Laura Mills, 3 out of 4. So on and so forth.
Good response here from Janine Young. Is it going to get all the way down to the shot bowl? Shot, all but falls over. Sits right on the line. That could well be shot.
That's classy there.
And I think we'll see, though, that Kay Bunn will still try and play through to the jack. See the big shoulder, breath there, very fixed on the mat, and that tucking. Trying to get under that line again, but she's well under the line, so she's way off target there.
Disappointed with that. The Arewa section, we haven't had the results come through yet, so it's just as it sat yesterday. But it's lots of moving and shaking around in the section 4, Kevin, today. It's going to be an interesting one.
Well, of course, Val Mathews was unbeaten in that section. I just saw overnight.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. Going well. And then we go to section 5. Leanne Polson and Mary Campbell. They played together last year, I think, and went pretty well.
They did.
3 out of 3. Jenny Anderson and Kerry Bond from the Picton Bowling Club, undefeated.
You remember Jenny Anderson?
I do recall.
So her partner. I hope you're enjoying this, Alex, down there in the sounds.
Absolutely. And then section 6, Karen De Jong and Deb White. That's another great team there. 4 out of 4. Judy Rail and Jenny Tuff are a local team from Glen Eden on 4 out of 4, undefeated. So yes, good stuff. Probably the surprise there for me is Elaine McClintock. She's a Bowls Arewa legend. You look at the board, she's
strong North Harbour player for many years.
All over it, unable to qualify, having lost more than the 2 games. So I'd encourage anyone who's interested in having a look at the results just to pop onto the Bowls New Zealand website and go onto Bowls Hub Aotearoa. There's everything you could possibly want to know and more about these events that we have been running.
So we did see Janine Young. She drew the shot with that second bowl to give them a single, 7-2. Young and Motu trail Bunn and Mathews from the Thames coast. Now, am I imagining things? Can I see a bit of sunlight edging its way into...
Don't get too excited, Kev. But it's we're at risk of sunlight. And Aggie Motu here again, Kev.
3 times.
Overthrowing the jack. She'll be getting a bit frustrated with that.
The interesting thing for me this morning, Alex, looking at the men's singles for our spot with News Talk ZB this morning, is what I would call the young brigade of players who are coming through, who had won 3 out of 3 yesterday. Kaylin Hillier from Whanganui, Aidan Zitterstein of Taranaki, Aidan Takara of Auckland, of course, Hamish Karpi of Okado in Taranaki, David Motu from Auckland, Liam Hill from Auckland. These are what I'd say they're part of that young brigade. The the surprising thing to me, though, yesterday in the singles was Finbar McGuigan only winning the one match yesterday, 1 from 3.
The pressure goes on then, doesn't it, Kev, to this final day?
Well, and also Craig Merrilies from Southland, very, very strong player as Merrilies, and a singles expert, so to speak, only winning the 1. Also defeated, of course, yesterday in the first day of men's singles play was Andrew Kelly, Seamus Curtin, Lance Pascoe, Sheldon Bagley-Howley, Pat Houlihan and Robbie Bird. They all had 1 loss. They got a bit of a dent in the bonnet yesterday, but I'm sure that they'll be there though when we get to post-section play. But
I always quite like. I'd rather lose a game in section play or have a good tussle in section play, Kev, than go through unscathed and then fall over the first time you're tested in post-section.
Absolutely, the old story used to be that you played 8 rounds in the old days. Look, get 6 to qualify. There's no medals for 8, so 6 will do, and then.
Move on from there.
Interesting here, Aggie Motu drew a pretty good shot with the first, has really been struggling to find her way to the jack, changing the hand after scoring that single, going to the forehand, very good delivery, stays down, you watch that hand, there's no moving around at all. Alex drew a good one, jack level. And this is good. This is good play from Angus for Aggie Motu. Going to finish literally on the centre line, in behind, straight away. You're getting good control of the head, aren't you?
Yeah, it's 2 really good bowls there, and probably the first time we've seen Aggie string 2 really close bowls together. She's always had good line on good weight, and played a couple of telling ones, but she'll be pleased with this. It's what she's capable of. Just putting 3 bowls nearby, and Val under a bit of pressure here, willing it to hold up.
Well, it won't hold up long enough, I don't think, and will slip away to jack level and still handy. But they're they might be jack level, but they're never going to score.
Correct, and it's a great opportunity here for Aggie to move the jack a foot back for 3 really good bowls. Finish off this leading end.
Very good delivery, Alex.
Lovely delivery. Always has an absolutely lovely delivery, Aggie. Comes out smooth, so it gives herself every chance of getting good results as we look at this. Needs a little bit of jack movement.
This is what we were talking about, Alex. Exactly what we said.
Great shot there from Aggie. She was actually unlucky. She was maybe an 1/8 of a bowl narrow.
She got just to touch the jack the wrong way. But to me, the good thing is that if you watch that delivery of Aggie's, it's about staying down, getting the bowl out on the centre line. She was struggling in those early ends. The last 2 ends, she's got to the centre line, and now this is hunting here from Val Mathews, well down under the centre line, trying to get to the jack. Needed to have a lot more weight to get that result, really. Just going to slip by, and really an effective bowl. And Janine Young changing over, holding at least 1. See whether the lady with the brown top on can give us an indication. We'll see another bowl played anyway. Then we'll know. Definitely 1, and it's not worth trying to guess at this point in time.
Yeah,
Alex,
for sure. It'll be something different at the by the end of it, and we'll see Janine make her way down to the head.
Now, the thing here for Janine Young, don't be frightened of any bowls that might be, jack low. Get your line, which is she really has been struggling to. Just get your line and then work from there. And her danger is that, if you notice, Alex, there's a bit of a flick at the point of delivery, and any coach will tell you that just doesn't assist the consistency.
Yeah, it can make it a little bit challenging, but lovely line there from Janine. That's a good first bowl. She's improved the back of the head.
Well, any movement, of course, now will assist them, and it's definitely Motu holding the shot.
Val asking Kay to play on her forehand and giving you that foot there. So some skips like that and some skips don't. Yeah. It's about sort of giving you a visual target, I suppose, Kev.
Well,
it seems to be an agreement between the teams sometimes,
I maintain if I'm skipping and I've just changed over, I know where it is, and I know what you've got to beat a bowl by. Literally, it's some people don't like it at all. Yeah, there's a good attempt here, though, from Kay Bunn. Is it going to hold up? going to get
Square
the
onto
Mathews
the orange.
Got the Mathews bowl clean, turned it into well played.
Well, I suppose it's where she put her foot, isn't it? Where
Well
that bowl's
played.
finished.
Well, that was where the weight finished.
Yeah.
Now Janine Young can have an effective bowl. Now she's got that back bowl. She can afford to be aggressive, either to that bowl or the jack.
Absolutely, and that's the beauty of missing a little bit heavy with your first one. Just builds to the head, and Janine on the backhand here with weight.
She can certainly afford to play
She's not
with
far
weight.
away, Kev. Let's look at this as it comes back towards the jack.
It's a jack or bowl
Jack
result.
in the ditch.
Jack clean.
Great shot.
That was well played. 2 shots.
Smattering of polite applause from the audience.
That guy with the glasses and the hat on, and he doesn't clap very often at the end of the green. You'll see him in a minute. Sorry, he's one of the.
I was going to say, is he a picture, not a moving picture?
He's at the retirement village.
No, I'm sure he'd clap if he could.
That was well played by Janine Young, and she got that back bowl in with the first bowl, then played that attacking shot.
Yeah, good stuff. And Kay here on the backhand side with that very grooved delivery action.
It is, isn't it? It's
something that's obviously been taught or trained in.
Well, she's trying hard here. Has to come back a long way, trying to get down to the ditch. Isn't it? If it's outside that line, of course, that's...
Look at it come back in. Is it going to stop?
Well,
Is it going to stop?
It was a pretty good... It was right to the jack line. It was a fairly good attempt, Alex, really, wasn't it?
Lovely effort. And that's what you have to do when the jack is in the ditch. You just draw right up to it, and sometimes you get unlucky and fall in, and other times you get lucky and stop.
But one of the worst things is you just miss, and your lead says to you, just take a yard of weight off, and that's the worst.
let me just try again.
Just let me try again, because otherwise I'm going to be short. I know that. You know, it's just a bit of a psychological thing, isn't it?
Absolutely. Janine there on the backhand.
Just calling to get something close because that last bowl counts way out to the side of the rink here. You won't be able to see it on your screen, but it will count. So here is now Kay Bunn endeavouring to make adjustment. You can see the hand of Val Mathews asking it to stop, but she's looking at it closely now.
Now it needs to come back in line.
If it gets past the bowl here, it could get set a count. No, it won't. We're going to reduce the count. It was still, although it's not the answer, it's a very good attempt. Because,
absolutely.
For the people that don't play the game much or don't know much about the game, it's a hard shot, and who knows, she may have cut one of those counters out.
And drawing to the ditch isn't something that most bowlers do a lot, Kev. It doesn't happen that much, and it's not often practiced.
You don't queue up at the restaurant and order it.
So we see that orange beats it, but the one in the ditch
the
does
one
not.
Here,
so
yeah.
Kay cut one out there and looking like a 2 now to Young and Motu. So it's going to be 4-7 after 7 ends of the 18 that they will play.
So that was a good bowl from Kay Bunn, because difficult to draw to, cut a shot out, and if you beat the bowl that's in the ditch,
Aggie just taking her time there with the jack delivery.
This one's getting a good smile. This one's going to stay up.
Yeah, bit of focus. That's good from Aggie. I like that. Just showing a little bit of experience there, because it can be easy. It can be easy to get into that automatic groove. You go, I'm just throwing the jack up.
She gave herself a clap then, actually.
I like that. That's good. Sometimes it's what it takes, doesn't it, to just get yourself reset.
Now, David Motu, Aggie Motu, is it
grandson, I think.
Grandson.
That whole group, familial group there with Liam Hill and David, and they all play a lot of bowls together. It's good stuff.
She's found a line now, has Aggie Motu, and to be from Aggie has been around the Auckland scene with good results, hasn't she?
Yeah.
Over the last few years.
She was a very, very successful junior bowler. I believe, I think when she won the New Zealand Open Pairs with Kirsty, she may have been a junior then still.
I've got an idea she was,
and
actually.
was a very successful part of the Auckland junior setup. And I can't recall if she played senior and centre or not, but I think she's had a couple of health issues and hasn't played as much recently. But it's come back to the sport and still very good, and has had a lot of good results. And you can tell, just watching her delivery, You can see, well, not now because she's paused. But just watching her delivery, you can see she's a good
she
bowler. She knows what she's doing.
She has got a good delivery. There's something going on up there. Some people moving about, and the thing I like about her delivery is she does her homework on the mat beforehand. She doesn't just get up and deliver a bowl. She's got good visualization. You can see that now with her arm and where her heads and her eyes are. So, you know, from a John Murta point of view, she does it pretty good.
Yeah, it's lovely stuff. You know, it gives you every opportunity to put the ball on the track that you want it to go on, and that just removes a whole issue, doesn't it, Kev? Because then you just have to figure out where you want to put the ball as opposed to how on earth you're going to get it there every time.
Well, if we look at our leading players, if we look at the Australian players, not all of the Australian players, I should say, but in the main, you know, every delivery is just like down a chute. It's the same, isn't it? It doesn't change. And, you know, if we look at, for example, the great Karen Murphy, you know, the great thing about her delivery was always, it didn't matter whether it was on 9-second green in England, an indoor green, or a 17-second green. She just, it's about being able to make that adjustment with your foot or your up top, your visualization. And it's good to see some of our players, because one of the things that when I was involved a few years ago was when I was involved with the Auckland women's team, is the struggle that so many players had of getting back to the centre line because they endeavoured to steer their bowl down underneath the line rather than, you know, let the bowl work. And I think a lot of people, Alex, in the older days gone by, when the narrower bowls first came out, Val Mathews trying to get past her own front bowl to the jack. Will she do so? It's a turn of the
good
bowl.
Bowl there from Val.
But there was a failure by a number of players in years gone by, Alex, that they thought that we had narrow bowls, so therefore we deliberately tried to play narrow. And then if you get to play to Australia, as you know, you've watched the leading players there, they play the narrower bowl, but they play it with a yard of weight all the time.
Yeah.
And if you try and play that narrower line on the draw, you're just going to have ineffective bowls, aren't you?
Absolutely. No, it's a fascinating game. One of the things I enjoy about watching someone like Mike Galloway or the guy who plays out of Pringle Park. Oh no, his name's gone. We'll start with Mike Galloway before I go on. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful delivery, and it looks the same when he plays a draw, a run, or a drive, and it's the same on a 8-second green when he played at Mount Tambourine for the New Zealand.
Yes.
To a 20-second green.
Absolutely.
Just beautifully grooved.
And Mike Kernhan, of course, that's one of Kernhan's great, you know, I maintain one of his great skill sets that he's got, that the speed of the green doesn't, it's just the line that makes an alteration.
Kerry Chapman.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, well,
that's the name I was going for. Kerry Chapman. I can recall I was at Browns Bay and someone asked Kerry, what do you do to make you such an accurate driver? Like, do you change your delivery? And he said, it's just my draw delivery, but faster.
Faster, absolutely. And Kerry, of course, was one of years gone by, played for New Zealand, of course, was one of the real up-and-coming. He really had the opportunity for a long international career, but things changed and things changed and that. But Kerry was certainly a very, very, and always had that very, very smooth delivery, and got the bowl away. And of course, the other thing is, you get that bowl away smoothly, you're giving yourself an extra yard of weight. You get it away badly, wiggly woggly, you lose a yard of weight. Janine Young now coming around the bowl, around the back of the bowl. Oh, that looks like shot. Let's see what.
Oh, one up, says Val Mathews. She must be just inches away from the shot. Val indicating that is one to her. And Kay on the forehand side.
One would think, playing there, Alex, that yes, that holding the shot.
Oh, that's the first ball we've seen.
I saw that up there. It wasn't going to get back to the centre, but yes, it did move about fractionally out there.
I would say we probably haven't seen anyone take that much green on that hand
Perhaps
yet.
It's so Janine Young now again on that forehand, just following that same line as the first around Val Mathews' bowl, gets it away smoothly, stays down on the bowl.
Now, she's got chances here, Kev, resting through anything if it just holds up long enough and she's got the right weight. Chances of a good result. A bad result, because that wasn't her own orange bowl.
Well,
beautiful weight there from Janine, but just a little bit tight. Disappointing bowl. Particularly, they fought hard to be 4-7 down, and they're just about to drop a 2.5.
What's the price you pay? It's the price you pay, Alex, really, for under greening, really, isn't it? And it's obviously had good weight because you see where it moved the bowl to.
Yeah, absolutely. And Kay with a chance here. Interesting.
Not going to take it.
The loosest 3 bowls we've seen Kay play. It's always nice to be able to add a bonus bowl when you have a couple. But they'll be happy with 2, Kev. 9-4 up now.
Yeah, at the halfway mark, really, out me, as we are. And Aggie Motu indicating quickly that it was 2. And remembering out on this rink as well, we've got Taylor Bruce and her partner out here, Claire Hendra from Wellington, and they need everything today.
Yes, and they've made a couple of pairs finals, maybe 2 in the last 2 years or 2 in the last 3 years. Taylor and Claire, so it would have been or a fancied combination, but they need to get through today first to make it to tomorrow.
Well, their last game is going to be interesting.
Yes, yes, they play Gail Melrose and Sharon Sims. Sharon, of course, I think a 2 or 3 time winner of the New Zealand pairs.
Yes, one back-to-back with Mary Campbell.
One of the legends of the game.
Yes, Mary Campbell, of course, when playing out of the Manawatu, played with Sharon, of course, at what was the old Northern Club, as it was called then, and won a number of titles with Sharon, and was really was one of the players that I would consider a wee bit unlucky not to play more games for New Zealand. She did have some starts for New Zealand, but I thought really at her, when she was at the peak of her victories, didn't really get the opportunities I thought she would. But remembering at that time as well, she was competing against the likes of the Sharon Sims, Marlene Castle, Joe Edwards just starting her international career, Millie Khan. So,
jeez,
the motorbikes have arrived. Val Mathews showing all of her experience there.
Lovely correction, and Aggie's tempted to switch to the forehand. That's why she was asking questions, because that bowl will be in her eye. But it's not about getting the shot at lead. So Aggie looking to stay on the backhand, and will just be drawing 2 or 3 feet past the jack, maybe more. Focusing on getting that line right. It's not far away. Kev got opportunities here.
Just drop around this bowl. As long as she's over the head, it doesn't really matter. It gets the front of it. That's a good bowl.
Enough.
Finishes just a bowl Jack Lowe. And of course, Mary Campbell, she was unbeaten yesterday, playing with Liam Paulson. They were unbeaten yesterday. Val Mathews on her backhand, former Waikato player, now on the Thames coast, and will come past the head, get back to the centre line. Not the shot, but that's a good bowl there. Nothing wrong with that. Over the head. You heard Janine Young then clearly saying to Aggie Motu, still one down.
Be honest, Kev, I had a bit of chocolate then, and the caramel took longer than I was anticipating to get through.
So Aggie Motu getting another bowl on the head for her skip, will come in behind that's fine.
Good shot there from Aggie. It's been a pretty even match, I'd say, between Aggie and Val. Val, the early 4 or 5 ends was dominating, but it's it's a bit more balanced out now.
It is now, and there's shots there for Janine Young to play, and also for Kay Bunn. It's just the good thing is that whatever shots they're going to play, they can certainly play them with confidence on this surface here at Orewa.
Lovely stuff. And Kay on her backhand here. I saw someone yesterday deliver a jack with 2 hands.
Really?
That was interesting. Yep, it was effective. I mean, whatever works, and it was effective. He played well and he threw the jacks well. But I was just reflecting on Kay's delivery there. And at a bowling green, I mean, we've got thousands of people play bowls. Every delivery is like a snowflake. It's slightly different.
You could write a chapter on deliveries of over the years.
Kay's is a delivery that would stick with me, but certainly also the guy from Omokura, I had a good chat to him. Delivers the jack with 2 hands between his legs, and was remarkably, it was a successful jack delivery. I won't be trying it. As we see Kay here on the backhand making a correction on her first bowl.
She always gives that shrug of that shoulder hug just before.
It's the same every time, and very focused.
Very focused, very deliberate look. And in this bowl now, this will break towards the centre line. How's the weight? It can get a touch on the jack, would help as well. Just goes by the jack. It's in the catching pen. It's a good attempt. There you go. You've heard Aggie Motu. Reach that bowl, turn it through the head. You can make 4 of it. Good, very, very decisive instructions for her skip.
Yeah, I think we spoke a bit about it. We'll just wait for Janine's bowl. As we see Aggie very focused on this.
There's a good attempt from Young trying to get down to the jack and does so. Well
great
played.
Bowl there from Janine Young. Beautiful stuff there.
Draws a front toucher.
So it was talking about Aggie, and most of her career she spent skipping 4s and pairs teams.
Right.
It's actually extremely helpful as a skip to have a lead who's spent a lot of time building heads and creating heads and calling shots.
She was very decisive, wasn't she, on what she said? Yeah,
you can
very
trust
decisive.
her. Janine will have gone, look, I understand that you've played a lot of bowls at skip. You tell me what to do, and I'll do it. And that's what's happened on this occasion. It's nice to have as a lead sometimes, because it just removes a little bit of that focus issues here.
Trying to get the touch onto the shot bowl and move the jack. Just going to get it on the back of the bowl.
Beautiful effort there.
Great effort. Leaves it at 1. And the Young Motu combination after playing that good bowl, I'd be happy to hold. I think there's a time when I'm happy to hold the 1. Don't have to be heroes. There's not big chances here. And
that's what we've seen Aggie indicate, saying, look, play your forehand, please, Janine. It's a safe way to attempt to add a bonus.
Yeah,
Very little danger.
Stay away from the red light area.
We see. Are we on panic station, Skev? Are we okay?
Oh, well, Aggie Motu signaling that you're narrow, but it's going to get a touch on the bowl. But what was safe was nearly not safe. One it was to the Royal Oak combination. And now at the halfway mark, it is 9-5 to the Thames Coast side of K Bunn and Val Mathews, who needs no introduction.
And the game that's staying reasonably tight, Kev.
Yeah, it's interesting. Not the jack again, surely. Not the 4th top it is.
Oh, dear.
I was just...
Oh, dear.
I was just going to make the comment that they might try and lengthen it up a wee bit to get some more consistency, because you know, Alex, it's so hard to get playing the real short ends. It's really hard to get that, that metre consistency. Further down the green, 3/4 length head, you've got more opportunity. It's just you don't freeze on the delivery, so to speak, which on these shorter ends, running 16 and a bit seconds, people can freeze on the delivery, and just down a bit further down the track just helps. Val Mathews has played that well. We're halfway between, aren't we, really? Matt's back on the 2 metre mark.
Yeah, that's where she would have been aiming that jack to end up.
And that's a comfortable length for...
Absolutely. We see Aggie here on the backhand side. So I think she has made that switch, Kev. You pointed it out 3 or 4 ends ago that she had switched to that side away from the other green. It seems to be paying some dividends here for Aggie.
Well, she's going to be short, but the good thing about it is that she's getting that natural arc, not trying to find the arc back to the jack.
Well, we know both ends are nice, but we did see, of course, in the men's pairs final won by Gary Lawson and Tony Grantham a couple of days ago, very early on, Gary switched Tony, to
He
that
did.
side of the
He
rink.
did.
So
Yes,
look,
he
this
did.
is the hand I want you to play. So I wonder if it's maybe just a matter of a 6-inch to a foot.
I just think there's more finish to the centre line than.
As we see Val Mathews deliver a bowl, a good starter. Nice, very steady delivery there
It
from
is.
Motu. Watching this bowl come back into the head, it's not a bad one.
And it'll get back towards the centre line. That's where, and that's good leading. That's where any skip's going to be happy with those. One short, sure, but one over. You're not going to get into too much trouble, are you?
No, it's good stuff. And sort of, we said Aggie's using the Henselite edge bowls. We watched, I was watching yesterday, Neville Hill Bones.
Yes.
He's using this a very similar set. And golly, he played well, Kev. He played John Gray, who's the reigning fours champion. And Neville scored 21 points. And John, I'm not sure if he made it into double figures, but he was playing well. And Neville absolutely on fire. And good to see the old master still able to do essentially whatever he wants on a bowling green, Kev.
He can still play, and he's one of the guys. You talk to him, you always talk to Neville, and you always talk. He's a great green player as well. Of taking your greens. He was one of the. Well, he was in Dunedin, of course. He's been in a few centres, but he was in Dunedin when Darlene was at his best, and they had very quick greens in Dunedin. But Neville has always been a player who, just is a centre line player. He doesn't go searching. He'll back his draw. He's a very, very good draw player, and he's still.
I would still like to see him win a New Zealand title, Kev. I think if there's anyone due,
he's got close on a few.
If there's anyone due, I'd like to see Neville Hill win a national title.
Good bowl here from Val Mathews, just going to go by, drew a second one just slightly jack low. So again, the leads are really sort of, the one-shot leads have cancelled one another out. Because Bones, Neville of course has played for Canterbury, Dunedin, Bay of Plenty, Taranaki.
I think he is the man who's won the most into centres
Yes,
for the widest variety of centre.
About 7 centres.
Which is not a bad. It's not a bad effort, really.
Well, in the old days when it used to be called the Rothmans, whichever centre he moved to, he was an automatic pick.
Please and thank you.
Yeah, he was. Yeah.
We see Janine here on the forehand. A tight head here from the leads, as you said. Val holding one to that orange bowl that sits at, now 9 o'clock on your screen to the jack. And Janine looking to draw in.
Well, not far away, only like a metre of adjustment. And I've got another. We've got a blue-shirted lollipop man
I think
now.
that's the Orewa, the bowl's Orewa shirt.
Oh, right, okay.
It must be a club member keen to help out. I'm just getting instructions from
It's
our
great.
helper.
It's great to have all these club members who are happy to roll their sleeves up, Alex, isn't it?
Oh, it's been fantastic. I think it's a story that you hear all around the greens, Kevin. Just the clubs have really stepped up.
Whatever job they do, it's greatly, it's certainly greatly appreciated by the players and the officials for sure, because it does help significantly.
On the forehand here, Janine looking to make a correction from the first
far,
bowl.
wasn't far away with the first bowl.
She's got the right line, Kev. How's the weight?
Has. This needs that. It's got the weight. Got the weight.
Great
She's
bowl.
got the weight, all right. And draws a front toucher.
That is beautiful stuff.
Well, good adjustment of that metre. Kept the same line. That's.
It's a challenge now for Kay and Val.
Hard to get to that bowl, isn't it?
Yeah, Val, I suppose also, I mean, she's a very experienced bowler, so Kay will have all the confidence of the world and just looking for some advice from the other end. You're going to get a well-thought-through shot. And on the backhand, this is close here, Kev. Looking to get any movement off the orange bowl.
Close.
Inside
This is
half.
close. This is very close. Doesn't need a help. That's well played.
Great bowl.
It's as good as you'd see. Dislodge the shot bowl without touching anything at all. That's well played. Leaves the Thames Coast side holding the shot.
She seems to have beautiful touch, Kay. with those weighted shots, those reaching bowls. It would have stayed on the head if she had missed.
Oh, it's good to see. And Janine Young trying very hard again here.
Repeating the dosage.
Close again. Very close again. Iggy Motu urging it on. And a sit on the inside of the bowl and fall in. Fell out.
Agonisingly close there from Janine Young. Within inches of drawing the shot. And this is a gentle bonus here for Kay, isn't it? You're not trying super duper hard. And you're making sure you take your green.
Well, she played the shot to turn the head.
Yeah. So you want to take a nice wide arc into the head here if you're Kay, because there's danger there.
She's done that. She's out past that white line that you can see. How far now will it come back?
Lovely experience bonus bowl here. So we watch this one break back into the head. Should sit down. Should sit down. It's not going to sit down.
But that wasn't far away though, Alex.
No.
Wasn't, you know?
That's one there, but that's the way. That was a good bowl from Kay. It's a clever way to miss when you're adding a bonus bowl.
Always miss on the wide side.
Just miss on the high line, and you know that you're probably going to finish. If you finish level with the jack, you're more than likely to be counting.
Well, you are coming. You're naturally coming back towards the jack, aren't you?
Correct. Yeah.
Not going away from it.
So we see. I think they must be up to 10 points now, double figures for Kay Bunn and Val Mathews in this game on the 10th end of 18.
And of course, on the YouTube channel, Bowls New Zealand will be bringing you a continuation of the coverage, of course, tomorrow.
Yes.
And through to Monday, and finals day Monday, which let's all hope it will be at Browns Bay.
I'm very optimistic. And based on the massive amount of sunshine I can see, I'm sure Browns Bay will be up and running for Monday, and we'll get our second finals day of the event done and dusted there. But it's been a great Summerset National so far.
I do feel sorry though for Browns Bay. You know, it's always an honour and enjoyment and fun being headquarters, and then all of a sudden a good percentage of it taken away from you through no fault of your own whatsoever.
We'll just have to make sure it's a special finals day on Monday if we're able to play out of there, Kev. I was there on, when was it? Maybe a week ago we were scoping out for the broadcast, and they were busy cleaning the windows, and there was a streak in the window, and they said, well, we can't have that, so they buffed it off, and people painting stuff and just getting
great
that club
to see, isn't it?
spick and span. It's good to see people who have that much pride in their club.
Well, it's like, to me, one of the great things about bowls is that it's not just the participation on the green. Mathews just slipping by, but every club around the country, whether you've got 10 members or 100 members, Alex, have all got those band of workers. Whether it's the ladies doing their bit and whatever that entailed, the guys out there cutting the hedges, mowing the lawns, and if you remember when we had the national fours down in the south, when we were down south, down in Central Otago, Marlene and myself were fortunate enough to get around all those little wee country greens, and it really proved to us that the club was at the community, and that everyone got on behind it, and the catering and all, and I think that's one of the things that makes the sport, to me, such a fantastic, all-encompassing enjoyment.
Well, there's a sense of community, isn't there? I mean, we just have to look at how centres and clubs and families and friends react to others' success in this game.
Yes, they do.
And how much it means to them. If we look at the women's singles won by Selena Goddard 21-20 over Taylor Bruce, and the reaction we've had from that, and it would have been the same either way.
Yes.
And just the pride that people have taken in both of them making the final first and foremost. We've got people who have known Selena and Taylor since the development days of secondary schools, clubs they've played at, centres they play at. It's not just a one-person win, is it, Ken?
No, it's not. And it's interesting. I was talking to Taylor this morning earlier on, and very interesting that how she expressed to me about that final. There was nothing at all adverse or disappointment. Of course there's disappointment, but in her discussion with me, it was a great game, and we and to me that's one of the really, really, really good things about this sport. And I see Mum and Dad, they followed Taylor all around the country.
And we're helping out with marking. How good's that? It's just fantastic stuff.
So the other, besides the players, there's a big core of people who do week in, week out around the country, do a wonderful job.
Okay, here on a tighter line. Holding 2.5, we see Aggie's just played a loose end by her standards.
Going to go by with weight. It's nobody's head at the moment, really.
That's a forgettable bowl there for Kay. That's probably she stayed on
the edge.
Up. Okay, I was going to say it's the worst bowl she's played this game, but it stayed up, so that might be helpful later on.
So Janine Young here on the back end really needs to get a bowl close, ideally. If not the shot with this first bowl, second shot out on a good wide arc. This will work its way back. Motu taking keen interest in this very early on. And is it going to hold up long enough?
Good place to start, though.
Not far away.
And just that foot placement there again from Val. Must be an agreement they have as a pairing. Okay, looking to make quite a big correction here with this bowl.
Yes, try it. Val Mathews has got the hand slower out, but I've never seen it work.
Stop!
As it sails. But now, it's interesting though, Alex, we're playing right to the 2 metre mark, and we haven't seen that length really, have we?
No. And psychologically, sometimes you think, oh, gee, that's a long way away. So you just give it that little bit extra push to watch your bowl glide into the ditch, and Janine needs to make a correction here. She's on a good line again.
Same line again.
So it's about just taking some weight off with this bowl.
So it's only a metre that needs to come off.
Passing through, I think, Kev.
Yes, needs it. I'm going to sit up on the centre line. Yes, it will.
If it sits down, it's the shot. Oh, the wrong way. Set against the bias.
Close for shot was the call from Val Mathews there. So this is the time now where Bunn, this is where the skips are. Just had 2 that have gone by and needs to adjust with this a third. And Val Mathews again trying to get that bowl to slow down. Might get a bit of luck here and sit and fall inwards. Does, and will make shot.
May have been one out for one in, but a closer one. And Aggie just having a look. Thinking about shot selection here. It's a pretty lonely second shot. So Aggie's saying, look, play the forehand. You're essentially following Kay down is what she's saying.
Well, she moves the jack as a bonus, but I just feel, Alex, that Janine Young's played 2 consistent bowls there. It's only a 1-shot result. You know, let's get 1 shot. And she's played 2 very, very close bowls on that back end side. Now, Janine Young will most likely make a library and draw a touch in there on the forehand. But
that's the way commentary works.
Absolutely. Not going to do so though. It's going to fly by, and
just asking a lot for the switch there. I think she overplayed it in comparison to what Aggie was calling there. She was just asking for a draw shot on the forehand, really. At C'est La Vie, you just have to shrug your shoulders and move on from those bowls.
Suck it in and move on. I think the other thing we're talking about the clubs, Alex, is, and from you would know this more than me, of course, from a Bowls New Zealand point of view. But the number of clubs around the country now who are very active on social media, advertising their tournaments or results, or calling for entries for, lost the jack again.
Yeah, it's interesting. It seems to be happening a lot with these players. I know it may be that they're playing with the heavier jacks that you find on some artificials.
Artificial, correct. But it's interesting to see. If you'd have said 10, 15 years ago that clubs were going to be taking their entries via some internet type platform, you'd have been...
Yeah, no, it's cool, it's good, and you just need an enthusiastic person at your club, and any content's better than no content. There was a woman called into our shed, really, our commentary area earlier from Onarahi Club and Northland. She's the social media person for them, and was telling me how she took some photos and put them on their Facebook page. It's brilliant stuff. So yeah, any content's better than no content, and people find stuff on social media. They've got a way of finding their way. It's
also been interesting, Alex, looking at the social media during these nationals of clubs wishing their players all the best, you know.
Good stuff.
Which never used to happen, you know. A little good opening bowl there from Val Mathews. Yeah, a lot of time club members didn't even know their club members were away playing
It's
nationals.
a great way to share information and share news and just foster that sense of community that we talk about. I suppose we saw it happen more over, or it sort of kick-started. It was not a positive because it was a pandemic, but when we were all locked inside for a little bit,
there was a lot happening.
We had to find ways to stay in touch with each other and to keep that sense of community going. And it's been satisfying to see it continued by centres and clubs, and long may it do so. As Aggie Motu here on the forehand, willing this bowl to keep running. She's on a good line, but it's going to stop.
I needed a metre. More than likely was not helped by being out on that wider side of that line. We know where that line is, Alex, but was... You know, and I come back to that hand again. Val Mathews is literally, if you don't play on that hand, you're literally giving a free hand. And Val Mathews has drawn a good foot. That's going to draw another one here. Going to get to the jack, is it? Going to touch it? No, it's not. It's in behind. One on, one over. And so Motu now really needs to adjust that line.
On the forehand side, beautiful, smooth delivery.
And
hand absolutely perfect here.
Coming now.
Needs
Coming now. The jack, well played by Aggie Motu. It's going to,
good shot.
Falls in. Well, the jack spent a lot of time in the ditch, actually, hasn't it?
It has, one way or another. But a nice shot there from Aggie, giving herself every chance in the world on the forehand. And they need to do that too, because they are trailing 11-5.
Bit of a coaching lesson there, though, Alex.
Down.
Is you don't have to go at express weight to get a result.
Yeah.
You know, Aggie literally played a draw shot, didn't she? She was a yard through, certainly, but she was reaching the target area.
A reaching bowl. Her bowl would have stayed up on the rank more likely than not if she'd missed the head, and that's a really helpful thing to be able to do if you can play a reaching bowl where your bowl stays on the head, on the rink, and it can then become useful for later on. It's no good if it's a dead bowl.
So there's the bowl sitting there. You can see the chalk on that in that centre bowl. Aggie Motu's made a good adjustment here to the ditch.
Very good bowl here from Aggie. That's a good shot.
See where this finishes, and that's well played by Aggie Motu. She's played two big telling bowls, and as you rightly said a moment ago, Alex, 11-5. We're at end 12. Ian's just starting to clock down the downward run home. So
now's the time to score some points.
Absolutely.
If you are young and Motu, as we see the skips make their way down to the delivery end.
And I see the Claire Hendra over there playing Iris Dixon, formerly of what was Onehunga, former president of Onehunga, playing in fact with Sue Hart, who was the secretary at Onehunga, who now plays at Helensville, and Iris, mother of Lisa Dixon, lives on the Gold Coast, now playing Claire Hendra and Taylor Bruce in a must-win match for the I'll call it the New Zealand combination. Well, this is a...
Hit out, said Val.
Yeah.
She was in the area. I don't mind it if you connect. She was looking to replace Aggie's bowl or Ken in the orange bowl square through. And those shots are fine if you hit them. Well,
the big thing here for Janine Young, after watching the shot that have just been played by the Thames Coast player, by K Bunn, that it's imperative now, of course, that they get another bowl in on the head, because there's no reason why to just play the same shot.
Yeah. Woo, woo. Oh dear.
Fall in.
Disappointing. See, we know what Kay's thinking. She's thinking, well, I've had one nibble. I may as well make it two.
Well, it's still only a one-down result at the moment, isn't it? It's not building up against you, so you can actually, you can play the shot.
It remains safe, doesn't it?
Absolutely, it does.
Keeping in mind that they lead 11-5. She's close here. Kay Mathews, close to her result. Square on to the orange.
Square and over.
Just about.
It was a good effort. It's a good effort indeed.
And now Janine looking for a second shot. She'll play.
Yeah, that's just exactly what we spoke about, Alex, by getting that ball in on the head. The shot is gone now, so Janine Young on the backhand leading, or trailing 11-5. Jack in the ditch.
This bowl needs to run out to the full extent.
Has it got the legs trying to get all the way down?
If it stops, it's brilliant.
That's well played.
Good shot now. It's a different...
2 is the count, so
yeah.
It's only the draw. It's open now, and of course, Janine Young's still got a bowl left as well, so...
Kay's going to stay aggressive on the forehand, looking to cut it down to 1.
Well, I suppose, to be fair to Kay, she really knows where that narrower line with weight down through there is, so she'll give it an attempt with a third to run into one of the Thames Coast bowls.
In the area if she's got the weight.
Hasn't got the same weight as a second
How's
bowl,
the weight?
has it?
This Vow's bowl. Oh, she just sort of found all the gaps there.
Got 2's the call. So, chance of a 3 here. We go to 11-8. All of a sudden, tightens this game up.
Yeah.
11-5 at present. Definitely holding 2.
It's never really felt like Bunn and Mathews have a firm grip on the game. They've eked their way to an 11-5 lead.
They own the driveway, but they don't own the house.
Yeah. Oh, disappointing, Janine. You've got to make that one count.
You might as well go in the ditch, to be fair.
She'll be disappointed with that.
It's a 2-shot result. 11-7 now.
They trailed 11-5 up to 11-7, so they're in with a real chance.
So how are these teams laying on the board, Alex, at this point after day 1 of play yesterday?
It's a brilliant question that I can answer for you. If you talk about something else for 30 or 40 seconds.
I could do that, no problem.
We'll come back to that, but I can tell you.
Also out here, of course, is another former New Zealand player, Dale Rayner of Wellington, playing with another New Zealand former player as well,
Karen Guilford.
Karen Guilford.
She played development for New Zealand. I'm not sure if she ever made the open team, but they've been a peers combination on and off for a very long time. Karen
indoor bowlers too.
Dale's an indoor bowler. Yeah. Dale, one of the very few who's represented her country for indoor and outdoor bowls.
Good opening bowl here from great opening bowl from Agnes Motu there. Front toucher, exactly what they needed.
Great timing.
It's just the right time to do it.
Lisa White's another one, Kev, who's done indoor and outdoor. Played
Correct.
for New Zealand for both. Bill Kane, Sandra Keith.
Kevin Darling,
yep. Now, what were we looking for? We're looking for how they've gone.
Yeah.
Right. Well, Janine Young and Aggie so far. We've only got 3 of the results in, so the bowls are real one, taking their time. But yesterday they beat Karen Hemmer and Kirsty Hill 16 points to 15.
Good win.
They then lost to Dale and Karen 17-7. And then defeated Claire Hendra and Taylor Bruce 18-13. So 2 very good wins there.
That's a good day at the office there.
So they came into this morning requiring a couple more. I'll let you know when I know how they went this morning. And the other team that we're watching today, Kay Young, or Kay Bunn, yesterday had a day where they defeated Lynn East and Judy Smith 26 points to 8. Then lost to Gail Melrose and Sharon Sims 13-12.
One shot.
And then won 24-5 against Rima Strickland and Andrea Wilson. And that was a good team, Rima and Andrea.
Absolutely.
So both these teams were in the same position coming into this morning. And I'm afraid I'm not sure how they went in that first round
for
game.
both, this is a big game, isn't it?
Regardless.
For both of them, regardless. And Val Mathews now trying to get to that shot bowl of Aggie Motu, just goes by. Aggie Motu's drawn one right on, sitting right on the jack, and one just out to the side at about 10 o'clock. Motu now on her forehand, trying to draw another counter.
Very good leading here from Aggie.
It's out on that arc that we were talking about, Alex, and going to get past to the over the head.
Great stuff.
Yeah, that's well played. That's 3 very, very good lead bowls.
For me, it's the sign of an experienced player who's been there and done that, Kev. You know, they find a way of lifting themselves when they need to.
Yep.
Aggie has had some ends which are forgettable, but they're at 7-11. She's put 3 good bowls together.
On the charge is Val Mathews.
Val Mathews
On the
not
charge
to
to
be
the shot
denied.
bowl. On the charge, going to get something.
How did she find the gap?
Not one out. And they're
Right.
hard shots to play, Alex, aren't they?
Particularly with that weight.
With that, sorry, I really meant sorry. With that weight, are very, very hard shots to play to get to that line. And she was literally, Val Mathews was under half a bowl away from getting the ultimate result to the toucher bowl.
Brilliant effort there from Val. Fair to say, I mean, she'd probably feel rightly that she was a little unlucky to get so close but be so far with that effort.
Tactics-wise now, Alex, this becomes a very interesting head because Janine Young, with her first bowl, can draw another counter, 11-7. That the opponent's bowls aren't really near the head.
Yeah, well, with that front toucher that we see sitting at 5 o'clock to the bowl, or now 11 o'clock to the bowl, we know the jack is moving to our left as we see it if it's bumped, which is where Aggie's bowl
Here's
is.
another counter.
Yep.
It's a good home there. It sits in behind. Aggie Motu giving that encouragement.
There's more damage reduction here for Kay, isn't it? Second shot's fine to start off with.
Second shot, absolutely.
You want to see if you can finish just a little bit past the head, and then you can start thinking about how you might be able to get a shot out of this.
You want to be charging out with this bowl, and she's out on that draw to try and get back to that centre line to get to second shot, but she's pretty well wide of it, but will come back a long way yet.
If it keeps running, that's a good bowl.
And it is a good attempt.
Within a foot of being much better than what it is, really. It was a good effort. Aggie will tell us. Oh, no, she's just scratching her nose. All right, so just using her skip's brain here.
Yeah, well, really what she's saying as well to Janine Young, playing on that forehand side, if she can get a tip onto the Aggie Motu bowl, which is just fractionally jack low, a roll of the bowl or 2 rolls of the bowl could actually turn that into a counting position, and she's out on a good arc. She's not inside the line, she's outside the line. That's where you need to be.
Lovely effort here from
This is
Young.
well played. This is exactly what we were talking about, Alex, and definitely made a counter.
Yeah. That was a well-played bowl there from Janine Young. Well called from Aggie. Val just saying, you're almost level, so stay on the backhand, please.
The danger here, of course, for Kay Bunn as she endeavours to play this harder shot.
On the wide side here.
Yeah, the danger is if she got inside too much and tried to steer the bowl, and so this becomes a big end now. This is a big end. We could be 11 all.
I think we may be, Kev, in the not too distant future, and Aggie just figuring out who's got what. I like the clear direction from Aggie
Very
as a
much
lead.
so. Doesn't give anything away either, does it?
Yeah, and it's good. It just keeps it. If you can have a lead whose directions you trust, it just removes a variable in bowls, doesn't it? Because you just go, I'll just do. I just need to figure out the weight and green to do what I'm told here.
How tight has she tightened this up by?
She doesn't want to get that one square.
Doesn't want to get that bowl square. You're right, Alex does. Oh, Aggie Motu, hands on knees. That's a 4-shot turnaround.
That's I could kindly call it a calamity there.
Yeah, that's, yeah.
Yeah.
Janine Young's trying to smile, but
Disappointing.
it's interesting, Alex. Twice we've seen Janine Young fail on a green and change the head adversely for them.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's a lesson, isn't it, really? Stay out on the wider side and let the bowl work.
Yeah, disappointing after she played such a good second bowl.
Absolutely.
And Kay looking to rub some salt into the wound here, but I don't think
got the weight.
It's going to happen. I mean, I suppose on the positive side, at least Young and Motu have still scored a point. They've still scored on this end, but it certainly could have or should have been a 3 or a 4 there.
Well, to me now, 13 ends gone. Aggie Motu is the key for the Janine Young skip side to get them over the line.
Yeah, well, we've seen how good she can be on that previous end.
And her directions on the head are very, are really, really good as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As we see the jack thrown correctly by Aggie, she'll be pleased with that. Maybe 2 metres shy of the 2 metre mark. And we're nearing the business end of this game now. 8-11 is the score. Aggie on the backhand side. Lovely delivery that she possesses. Absolute focus.
There's a coaching lesson just there at that delivery point. Although it's not going to come all the way back, unfortunately.
The delivery was still good,
but
though.
The delivery was really, really good. And we'll be over the head, so you don't know what happens after that.
Sometimes I let my ball go too good, and that's what happens to me. It just keeps going without the couple of 2 or 3 bounces that I'm used to.
So Val Mathews now, she'll want to very quickly own this head. Very important now, 11-8.
Very experienced Val Mathews.
And
backhand.
Just what we spoke about, Alex. There it is, taking advantage straight away. First bowl advantage.
Very good shot there. Beautiful bowl. And now their momentum has switched around already. They've played 1 bowl each, and it just feels like Bunn and Mathews have the advantage, because they do, really, with that bowl that's close. Aggie here on the backhand.
Will be under the line.
Oh, she's going searching. Going to need to play an effective 3rd bowl.
That's the old subconscious steer, trying to get down to the jack.
Val just into her work.
Our crew out here to the right, they're very relaxed, aren't they? There's 3 people out here to the
That's because they've got a window open, Kev.
Tamara and the team who do a wonderful job, but they're sort of...
We don't get a window.
No, they're sort of sun deck-like. That's good leading. Good leading from Val Mathews. 1 on, 1 just in front.
Great bowls. Well, there's a thermometer on the barometer. That's a thermometer on the barometer.
There is.
It's like a bad. What would you call it? You could just about make a limerick out of it or something.
It's a mercury one as well, by the way.
Yes, yeah. Don't want to break that.
Oh, great attempt here from Aggie Motu. Just going to fall lower the jack.
Great effort. A good 3rd bowl, though. If you look at the first 2,
absolutely
quite scattered. So
good adjustment.
Come right with the 3rd one.
Val Mathews, change of hand, no doubt, to stay out of they call them the danger bowls, or the danger bowl, out to the front of the head. Of course, both of these combinations, as Alex said, steered that one right under the line, did Val Mathews, but both of these combinations still in to the chance of qualifying. But there's a big day ahead for a number of combinations today. There's some very good sides. We talk about the good sides in this event, and I'm going to say it again this year. The sisters, Mandy and Angela Boyd, got an absolutely outstanding record in the pairs. And of course, went through unbeaten yesterday, as did current New Zealand player Nicole Toomey, Bronwyn Stevens, Lisa Bordeaux, as Alex spoke about before. Former New Zealand player Wendy Jensen and Robin Walker went through unbeaten, as did Lisa Dixon. Leanne Paulson went through unbeaten yesterday, as did Jenny Anderson and Debbie White. They were the unbeaten combinations yesterday. Great attempt here from Janine Young, trying to get to the shot. Needs one more roll, and does.
She's thinking, I'm after redemption.
Yeah,
She's played a good bowl.
That was a
good
great
shot.
Well played bowl there. Just skirted around that Jack Low bowl to shot.
No, you rightly said there are some very good combinations. Kevin, looking forward to seeing what comes out in the wash after tomorrow's day of post-section. We'll be right down to the pointy end of the men's singles and the women's pairs. Kay here on the forehand.
Will be. There's that steering, searching shot that.
Those are more tempting to play with more weight on these sorts of surfaces.
Absolutely. You just, you can't play it with dead weight because you've got no show of being rewarded for it. So Janine Young on the backhand, endeavouring to repeat at first bowl.
On the backhand side.
It's out on a good wide arc. It's not going to cause any damage. Has it got the weight to get back to the centre? No, it hasn't.
Just dying in the rough there a little bit, and Kay with another opportunity. She'll need to think, or she'll be thinking about what sort of correction to make here. She's either more green or more weight.
I would say it's really just, it's a yard of weight just to get under that front bowl. That's really, you don't have to alter much. And this is a good, this here, how far is it going to come back?
Much better.
Now,
effort.
this is the line that we were talking about, Alex, and could get rewarded.
Got it square and followed through.
It's,
well played. And do we see aggression here from Janine as well?
I think she has to really, to be fair.
On the forehand side, even more weight than that, Aggie, if she wanted. Go square through the last bowl of K's.
Or she can go to the ditch, really,
yeah,
Alex.
You can split both of those bowls off, and if you're tight, it's not the end of the world. Looking for connection, and as much weight as you feel like playing here, Janine. On the forehand, trailing 8-11 on the 14th end of 18. She's not a million miles away here, Kev.
Not far away at all. It's got a very good line to get down to the target area.
Needs to hold.
It's going to hold under that bowl, a slide off the bowl.
She's done it.
Well, she's done it, I'm sure. It is.
She's done it. She played with what I would term as the minimum weight and the minimum green for a result.
Quickly.
Just a little tap is fine for Kay. Anything here. Sitting up and over on the orange bowl.
Well, the good thing of that Janine Young bowl there, she was always in the target area.
Oh, she let it go and look like it was a chance, didn't it?
So if you're in the target area, you can't determine the result, but you've got a chance of a result, haven't you? And, well...
No, they're not both
touching. No, they're not both touches, no.
It's just any movement here for Kay, and she can pick which hand she wants to play it on. They've got literally two catches.
I'm sure that. I'm sure that camera angle that we had before. There it is again.
It looks very clearly like it's an orange here.
It certainly does. But there is the chance of the split, and don't have to rush at it. There's a chance there to move that shot bowl, get a wee bit of jack movement. On the forehand is Kay Bunn. Just needs to reach in weight through the counting bowl. By goodness, this is out of the hand pretty good.
Every chance in the world, Kay here.
This is out of the hand pretty good. This is going to do something.
Oh, my goodness gracious me.
That was a zigzag cigarette paper.
She was, yeah, not far underneath. And they're going to, well, I mean, it must be, the jack must not be touching either bowl, or they wouldn't be calling the umpire here.
No, that's for sure, but...
going to need a pair of pretty fine calipers.
So, Alex, if you're an umpire, are these, do I really want to have to go and do this?
Yeah. Oh, has he got the feeler gauge out? That's interesting. I haven't seen a feeler gauge in outdoor before. Going to pass it through. Oh my goodness!
This is sort of
okay. I'm going
lights off.
to take a couple of breaths here. That's smart there from the umpire. Just putting the chocks in. He's been here for a couple of days underneath the covers.
Yeah.
Going to chock it first, and we'll see him use his feeler gauge there.
Here's a great view of it.
Feeler gauge between. You might want to take one leaf off there, matey. Okay.
Getting another.
So it's not touching either one. Feeler gauge is a good call for this, or you'd need a very fine pair of calipers would do a similar job. Sometimes in indoor we see cigarette papers put in between the bowl and the jack to see if it's touching. Now, he can pass it sort of through that one and sort of through that. He's done the same for. He's passed through both.
So it brings out another
leaf of nettle. Exciting times here.
So as you know,
Rewa.
One is touching.
Right, you want to not be able to pass it through one, which you can't do there, right. So now he's going to go against the orange.
He's going back. Ooh.
Right.
Well, that's
so you can sort of pass it through. I'm calling it orange.
I'm calling it orange.
Oh, he's just moved the jack. He's moved the jack. Oh, no, you've got to call it done, mate.
Dead end. Sorry, but...
Yeah. I wonder if he understands. Oh, dear.
It's a dead end. That jack definitely.
I saw it move.
Yeah, it definitely did, Alex. That guy likes it.
I got nothing here.
Now, that won't go down through there. Now this should signal.
You call it a. Oh well, he's moved the
He's going
jack.
to call
I'm sorry.
to the right. Oh no, again.
No,
Yeah.
just. The best thing he can do here is call it.
There it is. We told him that right from the start.
Yeah.
But
I got nothing.
no.
I mean, I think it probably was an orange. Okay, we'll just move on, Kev.
Umpires do a great job, and that was as you and I spoke about when the umpire got called. I dread those sort of the calipers.
Yeah.
And that was certainly, and full marks to Tamara, the camera people. What a wonderful.
Great job there.
Great
Yeah.
job. Oh, sorry.
Well done, Tamara.
Sorry,
Brilliant from Tamara.
No, it was that man there, the Taranaki. It was a team effort. They got the camera right in over the top of the jack and the two bowls. They've lost the jack again. This is about the fifth time that this has happened. 11-9 now. The umpire's explaining how big the.
It was pretty small gap is what we saw.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nah. Okay. See something new every day, Kev.
You certainly do.
And the jack this time, is it out of bounds out the side? I think
Yes,
it's
it
gone
will
out
be.
the side there. Oh, they just
going to the 2 metre mark.
2 metre mark. So Aggie can move the mat to wherever she would like it to be. And all the way back, they've clawed to 9-11. It's been a close game all the way through. Oh, I've just found my umbrella, Kev. Here to the right.
Oh, right. Is that?
I wondered where that went. That's good. That's gone well. I bought it in yesterday because it was a little bit rainy around Auckland. I must remember to take it home with me, or maybe it's a donation to Bowls Arriva. This wonderful facility and a 2 metre to 2 metre length here.
It is all the way 2 metre, isn't it? So we trust that you're enjoying this coverage that Bowls New Zealand bringing for the Summerset National Championships here at Orewa. Of course, Browns Bay is the actual headquarters, but because of this adverse and clement weather that we have had, it means the move around the greens of Auckland to the artificial and indoor surfaces. Alex is bringing my prize in the Taranaki Open along from 1984, the barometer. That's old.
We'll just have a look at it and see what it's saying. I think the mercury thermometer's broken. I can see 2 bits of mercury. I was going to see how warm it was here.
Well, it's definitely warmer on this side of the commentary box than it is on the other side.
1 bit of mercury ends at 10 degrees and the other bit ends at 31. But
Right.
it's in separate bits, so I think we just pay no credence. But the barometer says we're heading towards fear, Kevin. So that's good news for all.
That's what we want to hear. And that's more important, really.
No, I don't know what to. I'll put it down.
And here's the door open very early here for the Motu young side. Janine.
I've enjoyed the fight that team has shown, Kev. It would have been easy to let the game get away on you a bit more than what it has for Young and Motu. They've had some challenges. So we see Val here on the forehand looking to make a correction. Clean run around from Val Mathews.
That's a good bowl there, jack level.
Really good stuff there. And it sat down as well. So should be holding the shot.
So it's 21 degrees outside, Alex, and it's about 26 in here, and the others.
Oh, thank you kindly.
And the others are sitting outside here. That's got that nice
Lovely breeze. Yeah.
That breeze coming through.
That's okay. And Aggie will be disappointed with that bowl. She's just sort of failed to give it a chance there. And Kay saying, we've got
We've
one
got the
Val,
shot.
play your backhand, please.
And now the people on the right might be able to tell us what it looks like cloud-wise. Can you see any cloud out there? Yeah, but you can still be able to see should be able to see out to the right.
Oh, useless. We see Val on the back end. Oh, be careful here,
Careful
Val.
here.
You'd hate to be narrow.
She
She's pulling
doesn't
it
want
on.
this. Going to get the gap on the low side. She is.
Oh, good thing it stopped.
She was grimacing there. She knew that the back of that bowl wouldn't have been good. 11-9 after 14 ends completed of 18 as we play. It's obviously Ian 15, and it's Val Mathews and Kay Bunn of Thames Coast leading the combination of Royal Oak of Janine Young and Aggie Motu by 11 shots to 9.
Aggie talking about the forehand, and this will be interesting because we've seen Janine be a little bit narrow a couple of times on that forehand side and punch up the wrong bowl, and she's been asked to punch up Aggie's bowl on the forehand side. So sometimes there's a skip that plays in your mind. I wouldn't be surprised to see her miss wide here.
The good thing though about this call is that you're not playing the draw to the 2 metre mark to a beer jack. You're actually,
I like the call.
Call, you're giving you've got a bit of things to run into, and sure there's some opposition bowls there, but it's good. It's Aggie Motu's skipping experience in my view is showing here the best shot options to play.
Here we go. And see, missing wide, Kev.
You're right, Alex. You got it exactly right.
That's my one right commentary call for the day.
More than likely too heavy anyway, really, Alex. When you watch it go by.
A little bit excitable, perhaps.
And that if for example here Kay Bunn draws another shot, that shot disappears for the Royal Oak side. They have to try and get to second shot.
Seen some lovely bowls today from all four players, and Kay here on the backhand, willing this bowl to come back into the head towards Val's foot, her other foot. Oh, got bulked by Aggie.
You heard exactly what you spoke about, Alex. Aggie Motu just saying to Janine Young.
On the forehand side.
It wasn't the green that didn't get her the result. She's got a different line here. Has the Royal Oak player going to get to the inside? Oh, she's going to be unlucky, get nothing.
That's just an unlucky bowl, Kev.
Absolutely.
Just an unlucky bowl. You played it well.
Played to get the perfect result.
Just an unlucky bowl. If you put it in that area 10 times, you get a result, 8 or 9. She just needs to do exactly the same thing again. Don't bother making a correction.
So, you might have heard Val Mathews saying then, how's your weight? So, the gate's still open for Janine Young.
Oh, is it a block or is it going to keep going? No, it's a guide instead, Kev.
It is, because if you're under that bowl, you're very close to breaking into that counting area.
Must be tempting to play the same bowl again, you would think. You've just been within.
I'd definitely be playing the same
well.
shot.
She's on the backhand.
And will most likely now draw the shot. But no, I think that shot was still the one to play, Alex. But giving it a good chance here, though, is Janine Young. She was certainly on that line.
Beautiful
Not far
switch.
away here. Not far away. Needs a bit of luck. And
She should have done enough there, I think.
It is.
Perhaps she should have played that with her first two, Kev.
She got the bowl of, well played. Big bowl there on the 15th end.
And a good bowl from Janine. Seen some pressure bowls played in this game. And from Kay here to stop the game from tightening right up. I mean, have we seen Young and Motu in the lead yet, Kev?
Don't think so.
I don't think they've hit the lead at any point in this game. And they're going to be 10-11 down in about 15 seconds.
It is. So, anybody's match. Time's not an issue. I've got plenty of time.
Yeah, that 3-hour time limit is an
Generous.
ample. Yeah, it was generous on purpose. They wanted it. The idea was to essentially have no time limit games for the Nationals.
There was, when I said generous in that regard, Alex, you're right, because you're not going to get hindered with that time allocation, are you?
Absolutely. So there's no no issue with the sort of people playing around for time, so to speak. And I've just read in the news, Kev, if you are travelling, there's been a crash on the Harbour Bridge. So I wouldn't go that way.
They're not going there yet.
Yeah, good luck.
So I just see Mark Cameron put his head in there. Is he playing at the top on this in the singles and that?
Oh, no, he wasn't. Mark O'Connor was, so Mark Cameron must have
Qualified for next year?
finished his games so far. Trying to read his face. I would say he's had an enjoyable day on the greens, Kev.
That's the best way to put it. Falling short is Aggie Motu, but again on that good line.
And 10-11 after 15 ends. This game's been a good game to watch, Kev. Val on the backhand. She let that one go with a little bit of a bounce. I don't think it's going to make any difference, though.
Well, it needs to get past this bowl in front by a good couple of metres. Going to do so. We'll get back, get inside that line. We shot it over the head.
Came back in nicely.
The last 3 ends now, of course, we've played on the 2 metre mark, you know, all the way. And you would think now, really, Alex, that's the way home, isn't it? No sense in trying to, you know, move it around too much. Now, to me, the 2 metre mark, that's the length home. Good adjustment here, though, by Motu. Here it comes, breaking past her own front bowl. Not going to touch anything.
Oh, what a
down
bowl.
To the jack, draws it round the jack right off the 2 metre mark and sits.
Great stuff there from Aggie Motu.
Now, the interesting thing here now for Val Mathews, where the jack's moved, got to play what I'm calling literally foreign country, really out there, Alex. And this is very challenging. But by goodness, Val Mathews just going to duck away at the finish. That was a good attempt. Wasn't far away.
I suppose the only positive is that on artificials it tends to be different, but not as different as it can be on a grass green, Kev.
Correct. Aggie, Motu, stay on the hand that you just got the shot with.
Yeah, that's what she's opting to do.
No, she's not. She is. Yes.
Don't panic, Kev. It's okay.
It's just, there's no need to change anything. That's the way.
Nice delivery there, Aggie Motu. On the backhand, going near, under, around or through her bowl is all good stuff.
Well, the orange bowl really becomes her reliant jack, doesn't it? That's the line, and this is going to count as well. Or will it go outside the line? No, it won't.
Yeah, holding a couple. Okay, saying play your forehand, please, Val.
Mathews staying on that forehand. Wasn't far away with his second bowl. Former Pataru player, now the Thames Coast.
Not sure.
Oh, she's got a different line, I can assure you. She's chasing this. She's chasing this. Is it going to get the back of the bowl? No, it doesn't. But, importantly, it stays up.
On the green,
it stays up. You can just see it down here. So that becomes a very, very good bowl there from Val Mathews, right in the catching pen.
Certainly does. We see Aggie say, just get behind, please. So they're covering the danger rather than adding points. So maybe turn 1, really, if she falls short on the back end.
Oh, the good thing is, Alex, that you've got some good targets for your draw down that other side. You know, if you're inside the orange bowls of Val Mathews, that you're going to be in the counting area, aren't you?
Absolutely.
So there's no need, really, to get on the other hand, and the good thing there from Val Mathews, though not getting the result, she wasn't relied on the draw on that jack movement out to the side, played with weight, which was more than likely the best way to try and get a result.
For sure. Let me see Janine here on the back end. Lovely line. It's not going to be far away from something effective if she's got the weight right.
Inside, going to get, that'll count.
Good bowl.
This becomes a big end. So, does Kay Bunn straight away go for the jack in the ditch?
It must be tempting, and it is her first bowl, like we've spoken about. It's
another bowl got knocked back there.
Yeah, no, I agree. The prevailing theory in pairs play, isn't it, Kev, is the last bowl of the lead and the first bowl of the skipper, your movement bowls.
Absolutely,
the ones where
they are.
You take your risks. And that's what Kay's doing on the forehand, isn't it? She's got the line for lots of weight. I'm not sure if she's got the weight for it.
Run it out. You heard Val Mathews say, Yeah, and that was certainly, there's another one back there now. They're going to hold up and they're going to go. Yeah.
Would have been tempting to go heavier than that.
Well, I think it's to go quicker, Alex, really.
Yeah.
Because you saw with Val Mathews, she did play quicker, held up on that line. You don't try and, because the other thing is if she can rest off a bowl, she's still going to get a result. At the moment, you're just leaving the gate open.
Yeah, becoming a very tight game and quite stressful if you're Val Mathews and Kay Bunn. You've been leading the entire game. You've had your lead eked away, and you're now leading 11-10 and a couple down on the head.
This is going to count too.
That's good bowls here.
Good
bowl. Good bowl.
Oh, if it holds up, how's that? Now, 3 down. You heard Val Mathews clearly call 3 down.
Lovely shot. And Val saying, play a positive bowl, please, Kay.
Got to play it quicker, Alex.
Yeah.
Going to try and draw the shot.
Okay. So she's looking to, this is...
well, I suppose that's
to cut it down, isn't it?
Well, correct. And if that's where she feels confident playing, then go for it.
So Kay's obviously thinking, look, we're probably going to be 11. Oh, I'd like to be 11 all 2 to go. Because it's a big question here. If she can draw the jack, second shot's
this
brilliant.
Front bowl's a problem. This front bowl's a problem. Oh, look at this. Going to sit and stay.
Brilliant.
Well played. Well played by Kay Bunn.
Fair play to Kay Bunn there. That was a great shot there. She was confident on it.
Just
second
skirted
shot.
that front bowl, didn't it? Just skirted it.
Now, beautiful bowl. Aggie looking to see how many that bowl's worth, though. Wants to put Kay back under pressure. You chip the white bowl out, you'd be sitting...
3, wouldn't it?
I'd say so. It'd be tempting. It'd be a tempting thing to do. Look at the stage of the game. This is the third to last end. You're trailing by 1.
Oh, I think you play for the bowl.
You put Kay under all sorts of pressure if you can remove that shot. Just drawing second shot. Okay, Jenny, come and have a look. Fair enough, and that's something you can do with this time limit. It must be tempting. They'll have a look at it, and if it's on it, they'll play through. That white ball must be worth 2 or 3, depending on the weight you pick. Your glidging bowl could stay as well.
You could lay 4.
Yeah.
If you sit and stay.
I just feel at this stage in the game, if you can put that sort of pressure, they haven't been leading at any point. No. Young and Motu. Imagine what would go through Kay Bunn's head if you were able to put her 3 or 4 down. You're putting all the pressure in the world.
The bowl's sitting, let's say, half a bowl jack low. Yet people say you shouldn't attack on the jack low bowl, but it's not really. It's not going to get any closer in. And look, and the scoreboard ends. Everything else to me, when the gate gets slightly open for you,
run.
You go for it.
We'll see what they've opted on here. She can make a second shot count. That's good too, of course. We see Janine on the forehand.
Danger is you finish up playing a nothing shot.
What you don't want to be is moving the jack, and she's in danger here, I think, of a bad jack movement. Yeah.
So, 1 down.
You'd be happy. I mean, Kay Bunn and Val Mathews are absolutely chuffed with 1 down at this stage.
Absolutely, because it was sort of looking like definitely like a 4-shot hit, wasn't it?
It's a win, you know, thanks to that second bowl there of Kay. Brilliant bowl. So you're not trying too hard. You've got very little position. Any movement could go hideously wrong. If she draws the shot, she draws the shot. If she doesn't, you're 11 all, 2 ends to go. That's
absolutely.
fine.
And remembering, of course, is you got a Janine Young bowl, 1 out to the side, which is hanging around, and that. So, you know, you don't want to take too many risks here.
Yeah, it's Kay on the back end. Very focused bowler. Grooved delivery. We see the bowl make its way down the green. With reasonable weight here.
It's out on the safe side.
Can't be far away.
Anything outside that bowl there is on the safe side. This is a valiant attempt. By goodness, it's a valiant attempt. It's a superb attempt, in fact.
A good second and third bowl there from Kay Bunn, and she'll be happy with that because it gives you a bit of confidence. You now, as a skipper, as a team, you've been leading the entire way. You're now all square with 2 to go. You just think, look, we just got to play 3 good bowls each or 2 good ends, and it should be okay.
Well, they could have been looking at 14-11 down, Alex.
Yes. Yeah, they could have. So they'll be pleased and as happy as you can be, I suppose, to be all square when you haven't been losing the game at any point.
Well, the good thing is that Aggie Motu's not going to lose the jack, and which she's done so frequently in this match. And they do seem to be happy, Alex, at that 2 metre mark, mat back, and they're just slightly under the 2 metre mark. And don't forget, of course, if you want to know what's going on, just go to the Bowls New Zealand website, and it will steer you away very simply and clearly through to all of the results for the men's peers, who will have completed a round this morning, and the women's singles, and you'll get, there you go, in front of you there.
bowlsnewzealand.co.nz, and everything's available on Bowls Hub Aotearoa. You can check out all of the results for all the events, and it's just going to continue going. So in a few years' time, we'll be in a space where we have an archive of our national events, tracing back to last year, Kevin. That's quite exciting.
Well, this morning for New Stalks FP, I went back to the very informative Tawa Bowling Club.
Yes, that's brilliant. Yep.
So I went back to them this morning and got some results. And the great thing about that website, they had the results up for the finals that had already been completed. Was all up there.
Yep, that's courtesy of Bruce Christie, I believe. So our thanks to him. It's a good service to lots of bowlers. If you haven't heard of it, I think if you just Google Tawa Bowls titles or Tawa Bowls something, you can sort of see anyone who's ever won a national title.
Anything.
And I think they have the Auckland Centre results and the Wellington Centre results
they're
as
up
well.
there as well. Yes, they are. Yeah.
It's good stuff. Interesting to have a look at. Look at this.
Is there I'll call it a museum collector for indoor bowls? Is there
it's part of the Outdoor Bowls Museum.
Yeah,
there is for indoors. So the Outdoor Bowls Museum at the Plymouth Club has an indoor section, and I was there maybe 3 years ago, and Grant Hessel let me borrow a book that was written by a man called Frank Harris, who wrote a book to celebrate the 25th anniversary of indoor bowls in New Zealand.
Really?
And it started in 1908, so it must have been the 30s when he wrote it. And I've been looking for it for some time, so I took it home for the night, scanned the book and handed it back.
Yeah, for those who don't know, if you're in New Plymouth, not far away from the New Plymouth Bowling Club, on up John Street in New Plymouth, the New Zealand Bowls Museum sits there, and set up originally by the late Bob Vinson, who was the president of Bowls New Zealand out of Shannon, and he collected all the memorabilia, and he moved when he moved to New Plymouth, he started the Bowls Museum, which has got now a fantastic collection. And
an ever-growing collection as well. And if you're out there listening and you've got some old bowls memorabilia sitting in a cupboard or under in a drawer or whatever that's not seen the light of day, I'm sure they'd be grateful to know a little bit about what you've got and to put it on display.
Well, I know that when we're going down shortly, of course, the Taranaki Open and to catch up with family. And I happen to know from our household there's some goods, some items that are going down, not with my name on them, that will be going down to the Bowls Museum for their collection.
Yeah, great stuff. I could spend all day there, well, more than all day there, Kev. It's a fascinating insight.
Well, this is a strange hit, isn't it? Now 11 all. Look at this. Val Mathews didn't get anywhere near it. Janine Young goes in the ditch on the draw.
Yeah, and Aggie, the one who's been able to sort of stay in control here. It's the penultimate end, so there's all sorts of pressure on these players. Kay, we saw her play 2 really good bowls on the last end. Can she do it again?
Well, Val Mathews is talking to it. The hands are going. Needs to be inside, not outside. And
great leading. I mean, I just have enjoyed Aggie's positional.
Well, listening to
position at lead.
Listening to it is,
always positive and giving clear and concise.
Doesn't like
instructions.
Tuck the hand inside, and there you'll see the result of that in but a moment as it will disappear into no man's land.
Yeah, this is pressure-related bowls here. Amazing what pressure can do.
Certainly is. Only a metre away.
See Kay on the forehand side, needing to make a correction. She's got one more bowl after this.
Well, this looks, again, needs to come back from there now. Alex to get back to the centre.
Willing it to turn.
Willing it needs to be inside these bowls, not outside them, and will be second shot.
Great effort there.
Or may still be two.
Yeah, it'll be.
Yeah,
wait and see.
There may still be two. Just looking at that camera angle.
On the forehand side, Janine Young.
Well, she's got a different line again this time, but it will be under the centre line. How long will it sit up for is the big question.
Waste of good weight there.
It's 3 down.
She's counting though.
3 down. You saw that?
That's massive if we think about the fact that I don't think, off the top of my head, I can't remember either team scoring more than a 2 really as this game's gone on. So
this is the game.
Yeah, it's unlikely if Young and Motu get a 3 here.
Definitely changed the line. Definitely
Mathews
changed the line. Changed the line to the advantage. Look at this as it breaks in towards the head, comes towards the jack, comes towards the shot bowl. How much better can you get?
That's great stuff there from Kay Bunn. Brilliant bowl under huge pressure. Has drawn the shot, and so we go into this final end. 11 points to 12.
Well played there, really, Alex, wasn't it, by Kay Bunn, who'd had really 2 somewhat ineffective bowls, but got on the mat, encouraged by her lead, the very experienced Val Mathews. And, you know, when you consider the mat was back, and that was right on the 2 metre mark, and drew and sat just in behind the jack itself. Oh, this is interesting now. This is really interesting. This is really short.
Intriguing jack throw there. I wonder if that was on. Was it? Oh, it doesn't matter then, does it? as we wait, how many bowls have we seen go out of bounds this game?
So jack to 2 metres. See the mat straight away back.
Yeah.
So we're looking at jack to 2 metres, really, aren't we? That's really what Aggie Motu will endeavour to do.
See the jack delivered.
And that's certainly where she's aiming for. And not again. Here we go. It's going to 2 metre mark anyway. Yes, it will. How many times have we seen double jack losses?
Crazy stuff.
I'll be surprised if Val Mathews adjusts the mat greatly. Brought it up perhaps. I'd say 1 mat length approximately. Here's Mathews now on the backhand. Her first bowl on this, the 18th end. It's out. You can see that chalk line out in front of you there. If you're on that chalk line, you're not that far away. Doesn't have the weight. Motu knows she's got a metre to the jack.
Incredible that we've got to the last end to be 1 the difference.
And Aggie Motu knows how important this first bowl is. Now we'll see it move back towards that centre line in the 2 metre mark. Here it comes now, just outside the chalk line, and will come back towards the jack and does so.
And of course, if Young and Motu score 1 point here, there'll be a further end played, Kevin, to decide a winner.
Interesting. Val Mathews electing to change her hand, doesn't want to get tangled up in that short of the jack bowl of. I still think she could draw past that, because I just don't think you can get the same line.
Yeah, once we see the bowls go wide, they just don't come back.
No, you've got to be tucked in pretty close to that line, don't you, where you've got a more generous arc on the backhand side.
That's right.
Back towards the centre line.
Aggie's going to get a little sniff here. She's drawn 1. She wants to make it 2. She wants to say, look, we're holding the win here.
Well, she's out in that good area. She's out in that very good area where it'll come back.
Oh, around or underneath is what
Won't
she's
matter.
thinking. How's the weight here from Aggie?
Oh, she'd like to have another metre.
Just another little bit of a push, but holding 2 at the end of the day.
Val Mathews really forced down to play that hand.
Val here on the forehand side, looking to make a correction. She's done this before.
Numerous times.
Out of her hand, pretty good.
Oh,
Val on the tight side.
Tight.
Is she playing reaching weight then, Kev, or is it just
three ineffective
bowls?
bowls? She'd be really disappointed with that. And
Aggie may need to switch hands.
Well, the last 2 ends, Alex, we've seen Val Mathews struggle at this length coming this way. It was the 3 ends ago. It was the second shot that that Bunn was able to get. That last end down again, got the shot. So it's been change of hand here from Motu, but the good thing is that she's inside that line that we were talking about, Alex, and will be duly rewarded.
Yeah, good shot there regardless. Little
Gets
feather.
a touch down towards the jack.
Great stuff there from Aggie. Really rising to the occasion. Played some good bowls in the last third of this game.
Well, again, got 3 bowls within a metre and a bit around the jack.
Good leading. And Bunn under all sorts of pressure, but she's risen. I mean, we said that the last 2 ends, Kay's been under pressure, and she's played magnificent bowls. So I would be unsurprised to see her do it yet again.
Well, the good thing was, she, to be fair to Bunn, she actually backed herself that 2 ends ago.
She did. Show a sign of confidence, isn't it?
Yeah, changed her hand, and she said, no, I'm going to play here. So she's confident, backed herself to play the shot. Here she is now on the forehand, down on the head. And Val Mathews taking
not
interest
far
in
away,
this.
I
tell
Bunn.
you, she's not far. You're right, Alex.
She clears the front.
Needs
She's
to
got
get
it.
past, sits the bowl, sits on top of the bowl, does so.
Beautiful
How's that?
shot. Amazing. Incredible stuff there from Bunn. That, such an easy bowl in this, isn't it?
She smiled after.
First time we've seen her smile in the entire game. Great bowl.
That was a big bowl. And now can Janine Young she's out wider, gets more work in her bowls, but
needs it to break.
Needs it to break. How far is it going to go
Trying.
past?
She's close here, Janine Young onto the jack. She's got one. Goodness gracious.
2 magnificent bowls, first bowls by the skips in the 18th end. So Kay Brown, that big shoulder puff.
Yeah, same delivery every time on the forehand now, Kay.
Oh, again, that's out.
She's taken a good line. This is a good line, Kev. How's your weight, Kay? That's the question.
Well,
chasing
Mathews
it up.
likes it. How far is it coming back?
Look at this here. Look at this here from Bunn. Has she done it?
Falls in, not out.
That is within. That's not far away.
Well, those 3 bowls, Alex, from the 2 from and the 2 from Bunn and the 1 from Janine Young on a full length head.
Brilliant.
You don't get much better than
Brilliant
that.
stuff. And you would expect Janine there's nothing to say that she won't draw a second shot here. She's done it well with her first bowl.
Keeps on that same line. She's tied how far she brought it in.
We've got bowls at the back that we can use, she'll be thinking. Or bowls at the front that you can hit up.
She's in the target area again. Sat on the Aggie Motu bowl.
Well, it's improved the head. There will have been a moment of panic there, Kev.
There was a moment.
I would say.
So do you play here, Alex? The key thing here for Bunn is you've got to get the result. Can't be short. Yeah, she can play with that. I'm not saying a lot of weight, but she can play through the bowls. But we all know how difficult to play that sort of shot on these tracks. She seems confident. On the changeover, she said she's going to try to sit on the inside of the Janine Young jack level bowl.
Fair enough. Got no reason to think that she wouldn't go close to it. Kay's played some great bowls this game. On her forehand for the 3rd time.
12-11.
To try and win this game. Or hold the win. As of course Janine's got a bowl left. On the forehand again. That's the green. She's very close, Kev. When's it going to break?
Breaking
gonna
there.
break?
Needs to break inside, not outside.
Oh, close. Great effort. Now Janine has a chance here to win this game. It's actually safe. It's safe if you take your green. You know, you're just drawing Kay's bowl, finishing level with the jack.
Aggie Motu is certainly telling her that.
You know, you don't want to take it to an extra end. You may as well. You've got a chance to win it now. She'll be thinking, I've played a good bowl.
Because we did see before when they were holding 3 shots and Janine Young under-greened her last bowl and it became 1 shot. Aggie Motu there was very emphatic. Get your bowl out.
Here we go.
Out
for
on the
win,
wider side.
Win. She's given herself every chance here. Janine Young on the forehand. For 2 to win this game. She's close.
It was a great effort. Again.
Overplayed, really.
Going to an extra end.
Yeah, keep playing.
No. That's called an extra end, ladies. Yes.
Yep. So you're just... I can't remember an outdoor. Do the toss a coin, Brendan? I did. We'll just see what they do.
Well, tradition is it's a toss of a coin or the mat or a bowl or something, or you
expect to see a coin toss here.
No. Last bowl, the Royal Oak side have elected for.
Fair enough. I like that. I like that mainly because they've also been playing for 18 ends. So the only reason you would go first is to try to feel the weight. They've felt the weight. They get the opportunity to play the last bowl.
The things I'll be most interested to see, Alex, at what length they endeavour to try and play to.
It's not like the Jack's throws have been
no.
Going where they wanted them to.
Debate with the umpire. It's going to be a 2-metre jack.
Aggie just having a chat now. Right, extra end. Good from Kay. Play the hand you want, she said to Val. Opts to play the forehand side. This game's gone all the way. We've chosen some good games to broadcast, Kev.
Interesting that, Val Mathews has spent quite a bit of time on the other hand, but I think she may well feel that, as we have noted, Alex, that the other hand just be a wee bit more generous on the way home to the jack in the last, especially on a 2-metre jack. Just seems to be a wee bit more generous on the way home.
Oh, that's great.
Aggie, look at this. Down to the jack.
Guts the jack as sheet.
No,
just nicking past. But 2 balls past their head here again. A sign of experienced leads. That's really, the pressure's on. They haven't fallen short. That's good stuff.
So Val Mathews now knows that she beats inside her own bowl. Well, this looks pretty good, Alex, on the way down.
Got 1 clap. She's got 1 clap.
This looks
2
pretty
claps,
good.
3 claps, 4,
this
5.
Looks pretty good. There's the Mathews bowl to the jack it is.
Great bowl from Val
and falls
Mathews.
in front.
And ended up with 8 preemptive claps from Kay, her skip, and none afterwards.
And as you well know, Alex, a difficult jack position to play to, isn't it, when it falls over on that angle.
Yeah, it's essentially a perfect bowl here or there from Val Mathews, and she'll be pleased to have been given that opportunity to redeem herself really for the previous end.
The important thing, and Aggie Motu is doing so, is getting over the head, because
great bowl
for the Motu Young combination, more than likely their shot option to score is more than likely on the other hand, Alex.
Yep. And now they have a decision to make because, again, it could be tempting. Aggie has played a lot of skip bowls.
Play it now.
Have a nibble now on your backhand side, bowl or jack, anything, any movement. A kill's fine, jack movement's fine, bowl out clean is fine. Anything there on your backhand. You've already got the 2 bowls past the head if you're Aggie.
She's given good position on the head. Will Val Mathews now get the back bowl? Yes, it definitely has.
I'd ask her to have a go here.
I certainly would be. No. No. Go at it.
Be tempting to hit it harder than that.
Absolutely.
The jack
especially if you've been a skip, know your way around the green, so to speak, or know the shot selection. This is a very hard shot to play. Motu trying to get a touch onto the shot bowl to get some movement on the jack under the line. You can see that straight away.
Oh, willing that to hold.
It's the danger of playing that way, Alex.
Yeah, it's a challenging bowl for sure, Kev.
You know, I don't know how Janine Young goes on these sorts of shots, but that was the shot that bowl should have been driven.
Yeah, I tend to agree with that shot selection. We've got 3 more bowls each to seat, so we'll see what Aggie calls for Janine to play, but certainly becoming harder now.
The other reason why, Alex, as well, is when the opposition side own the back of they're the deepest on the rink. That's the other reason why that I think it should have been attacked then.
So we see Kay on the backhand. So we've gone all the way to an extra end here.
So Young and Motu got in front by 1 at one stage, was it? Or
I don't think they ever got in front. Oh, they got in front by 1. Yes, you're right. On the second to last end. And that's a good bowl there from Kay.
You've got to attack it.
I think just have a nibble.
You have to attack it.
We can see the way the jack's locked onto the bowl that it's killing if you get connection.
You've got to be attacking it. And your Aggie Motu's called the right shot. On the other hand, play down. You've got to be paying with plenty of weight too. That's the idea.
Yeah.
Under the head though, is that holding up?
She's trying to hold. She's close
holding
here.
Up? Close.
She's got the
Gonna
ball.
Move. Goes.
Great shot there
Well
from
played.
Janine. Now, where's the jack? Are they going to go back, or are they going to play from that end? Just need one player to want to go back. That's what they're doing.
Well,
a good shot there from Janine. They got there in the end, Kev.
Yeah, but the good thing was about it, you either played it with Aggie Motu's last bowl, or you played it with Janine Young's first bowl.
Yeah.
And because otherwise you start to become too difficult, isn't
Absolutely. No, brilliant bowl there from Janine and played at the right time. So we see this game continue. Goes on now to the the first replay of this extra end. We're stuck at 12 all. And the players will get another chance.
What's obvious as well, Alex, and we've played 12 all after 18. There haven't been big numbers scored, have there? There haven't been 4s and big numbers. So it's been a tight match right throughout. And of course, we'll be back again. After the completion of this game, we'll be bringing you one more game today, and then of course we'll be bringing you coverage tomorrow as well, right throughout the day. Hopefully from no disrespect to O'Reilly, but hopefully from Browns Bay.
Yeah, we'll wait and see. We'll let people know where it's coming from.
And we'll be bringing you post-section play of the women's pairs and that of the men's singles. Mr. Mark O'Connor, we'll be graced with royalty here today, aren't we? Look at that. Well,
Where? So we watch what a great first weight here from Val Mathews on her forehand. She played a toucher last time coming in this direction, but left the door ajar here for Aggie Motu.
The last 5 or 6 years I've been very impressed with Aggie Motu, that she's been literally the controller of the Royal Oak side. And
stuff.
She's inside that line.
On the forehand now, willing the bowl to hold it. It's looking like it's going to cut across the head here.
So one bowl away from the perfect line there, but great weight, so
Yeah.
there's good adjustment that can be made there. As can with Val Mathews, her weight's good, just to adjust that line. So here is Mathews now on her forehand. Looks at. Is it a different line? Yes, it is a different line. Yeah, it is a different line this time, Alex. It's inside that.
It's a fine effort here from Val Mathews. Very fine effort here. I think she's drawn the shot. Lovely stuff. These leads are really having a proper battle.
Great correction there, really. There wasn't on that second bowl. Held exactly the same weight.
Yeah, you can see the experience.
It's experience, isn't it?
On both of these players under pressure. It's as much pressure as you'll find in a game of bowls. Extra end or square. Well, have to be because it's an extra end. As Aggie plays her forehand again.
Slightly wider line than her first bowl and will finish outside, but if it goes clean through the head and over the head, that's and stays up, and it will, that's absolutely fine because it just favours any jack movement.
That's good stuff there, really. And we see Val move over on her mat to the right to get some late swing.
Interesting. There from a coaching point of view, that's deliberate what Val Mathews did just then. You saw that slight movement on the jack, and it was to just make sure the confidence on her line.
Making sure her bowl's going to turn, and it's done it. That's brilliant use.
Now there's coaching lesson there, all in one, wasn't it?
Yeah. Great use of the mat there from Val.
You'll notice she only moved her feet ever so slightly, but just gave her...
Well, it means that her release point would have been maybe a foot to the right.
Correct.
Creates a different arc, so your bowl turns a bit later, and good stuff there.
And it stops the exaggeration of the width. Hello, we've got a canine club just arrived.
Oh, fantastic! And Aggie on the back end with weight here, Kev.
Looking for the
first
jack.
time we've seen her with weight here. Aggie Motu looking for the jack. Oh, lovely effort, really. She was, what, a bowl and a half wide. I like the call.
Well, the good thing was, of course, by playing that shot, you've got the Motu bowl, which is sitting down deeper on the rink.
I'll be shocked if we don't see Janine have 3 goes at it, to be honest. You've got a bowl at the back and a bowl on a jack target.
When you own the back, don't you?
She nailed her first bowl coming this direction last time on the run. A very fast runner. So that means for Kay and Mathews, how do you protect against that? Are you trying to change the front of the head, or do you go past to the back where the jack's going?
My view, Alex, should be playing the other hand, trying to get down towards the number.
Yeah, that's the question. We'll
stay on Mathews' hand and turn a bowl through on that. Val Mathews has got 2 bowls there on that forehand jack level side. So you can get 2 rolls on the bowl.
It's the 2 things you can do when you're in a situation like this, is either change the shot to play or protect the result of the shot that they're going to.
And that's exactly what she was endeavouring to play.
If it stops, no. I don't mind here. It's 50-50 for me.
Well, I suppose her other chance there as well, she could have missed the target and could have got their back bowl on the way
through.
through.
Had that perfect weight. Now we see Janine here. Deep breath. She's going to have a go at this bowl or jack on the back end. Giving it a chance.
It started inside the centre line, though, if you looked out of the hand, Alex.
Yeah, that's the weight. I heard a bowl go.
No, that's their own bowl that's gone.
Oh, dear. That's not ideal.
If you just look from a technical point of view, if you just looked at the point of delivery, as the hand was inside that centre line, and that certainly highlights that there's every chance you're going to go under the head. And again, trying to get down to that bowl, the deep, well played.
Good shot there.
Well played by Kay Bunn.
Have another nibble, says Aggie. Fair call. And we see Janine here line up, taking her time.
It was Jack's the go, isn't it?
Beto there on the outside of the...
You're right, Alex, is outside.
Line. Quite a lot outside. Not a fine edge of Aggie's.
I was going to say, need an inside cut.
She's going to get a 3rd go at this. 3rd time lucky.
So from the Thames side, Kay Bunn doesn't really need to go anywhere.
It's actually tempting to play a short bowl, a really short bowl.
It doesn't really need to go near the head at all.
This is almost, you've got the back covered, you're holding more than you need. You don't want to make the head easier to hit. I'd almost be tempted to go super short and just be mud in the eye.
Kay Bunn has been very impressive, actually.
I've been impressed.
I haven't seen the lady play before, but I've been very impressed the way she's managed the game, and her shot selection and her confidence in playing a number of very telling bowls.
Yeah.
And changing her hand, it's going for a jack trail.
A brave bowl here from
Kay
Bunn.
She's going for a jack trail. And gets it. How's that?
What did I just see? What have I just seen?
The last end, 12 apiece. You're holding the shot.
Well, obviously she didn't feel comfortable with how it was sitting. Brilliant. I mean, fantastic. I got nothing to say, Kev. That was great from Kay Bunn.
I suppose the big thing in her advantage was the opponents had no back bowls because
play with confidence.
It got disliked, so therefore could play that bowl.
So now we have
the draw's only shot.
A draw to the ditch. No touches.
But how's that for confidence?
Oh, fantastic. That's great stuff.
The only thing you can do is come down there. Coming down there. Sit in the bowl.
Well, there's literally, if we look on the bank, 1, 2, 3, 4. So there's nothing really for... So those are 3 Val Mathews bowls. Another bowl up here. So they've got absolutely nothing to play to, have they? At all, the
Just got to
Raw Lake side.
draw as close as they can on the backhand.
1, 2, yeah, because they've got 5 bowls which are really 4 on the bank, 1 way up in front. So they've got 5 bowls that are completely ineffective.
Yep, we're just going to see Janine give this one a chance. She'll probably play it with weight that would trickle into the ditch if she hit nothing. Looking for a feather off one of the orange bowls just to try and work her way in on the backhand.
If you're up inside the bowls, who knows what?
Absolutely.
You just don't know, do you?
So it's come down to this, Kev, extra end, 12 all. Jack in the ditch.
And remembering, both of these sides are still very much alive to qualify for post-section play. So
here we go.
Big bowl.
On the backhand, out smooth. On a high line. But the Jack is in the ditch, so it may turn enough. Not to be. It's a poor bowl.
Needed to be.
And there we have it, Kev, the end of that game. A mammoth, a mighty fight there between Young and Motu and Bunn and Mathews, and we're going to sign off for the moment just before we cut to the highlights. Thanks, Kev. I'm going to go outside in the fresh air, but we will be back. We will be back for the last round of the women's pairs. In the meantime, sit back, relax, and enjoy the highlights of that game. welcome back to this Bowls New Zealand YouTube coverage of the Summerset National Singles and Pairs. We're here now on the second day, the final day of women's pairs qualifying, broadcasting from under the roof at Bowls O'Rewa. My name's Kevin. Oh, my name's not Kevin Hickland. Kevin's to my left. My name's Alex Reid. I've got Kevin Hickland to my left. And could you talk us through, Kev, what a mighty game we're about to watch?
Oh, we certainly have. We've got, I would say the creme de la creme. And just looking at this bowl here of Sharon Sims, of course, the patron of Bowls New Zealand. And, of course, former New Zealand player, has won all sorts of world championships, everything. And, of course, playing with Gail Melrose, who's part of the New Zealand High Performance Group and a New Zealand title holder in her own right of years past. And up against the runner-up in the singles, Taylor Bruce and Claire Hendra of Wellington. And, of course, Alex, this combination have been... well, they've been right there in the bells are ringing the last 2 years, haven't they? And it's ironical that Hendra and Bruce need this game to qualify. And I'm not sure of the status of...
they don't need it to qualify.
Danger.
Which, if you are Hendra and Bruce, is worse because there's less than no pressure.
Well, the first end was
Gail
a 3 to Melrose and Sims, so this will be a fantastic game, I think. Yeah. And of course, Taylor Bruce has had, I wouldn't say the advantage, but has already played on this rink, of course, in the final, in that mouth-watering 21-20 final
stuff
against Selena Goddard. So
if
we're in for a great game.
Yeah, if you're Melrose and Sims, it's an opportunity, a free hit, if you will, to remove some pretty serious competition in post-section, isn't it, Kev?
Oh, absolutely it is. And, they'll be giving it everything that they've got for sure. And they scored a 3 on the very first end, did Melrose, of course, who plays out of the Bay of Plenty, and Sharon Sims plays out of the Manawa 2, where, well, you couldn't count all the titles that she's won in the Manawa
we'd be
2.
Talking for longer than the game.
Here's Claire Hendra trying to get to the shot bowl, and the jack, unlucky, got the squeeze on it. Both touching, I'd say close to it.
One up, says Sharon. Mighty
Sims.
effort there from Claire Hendra.
Nothing wrong with her eyes. Straight away was said outs. So Melrose going to the backhand. Sharon Sims saying you can play down here.
Yeah, so you're not adding points, are you? Oh.
Well, she could turn the second shot bowl. Yeah, but I don't think you'd get a count out of it anyway, Alex, because of the front bowl. Well, because it's there. No, I don't think he can get any more here, to be
perhaps
honest.
Just trying to make that a more difficult task here for Claire Hendra by putting mud in the eye somewhere. And even then, for Claire, what's the shot? Are you
Jack in the ditch.
Okay, that works, yeah, good call. And if you go square through the blue that we see at 1 o'clock, both the blues go.
Jack in the ditch.
So if you're, she's only one down, you'd be hard pressed if you're Claire to remove both your second shot and your fourth shot.
Correct.
So if it goes hideous, you're 2 down,
and
which is only one worse than one.
The good chances, Alex, the way how the head's set up, your bowl will go through with the jack.
Yeah.
It's unlikely it's going to spew out to the side. It's on a straight line to the ditch.
How much contact am I needing to change out?
This is where they can get into trouble. By not deciding on a weight, Alex, this is where you can get into so much danger on these surfaces, trying to play what I would call in-between weight to try and get a result.
Claire on the back end, just looking for gentle contact. She's a very effective bowler, Claire Hendra. Now, how far down is it going to come? She's in the area, Kev, if she can get some movement on the collision bowl.
Well, if she comes past the head clean, and not going to stay up, but...
Fair effort there, really.
It was.
And Claire with one more bowl to play. And Gail with the smile.
Is that a smile or grimace? What was that?
I think so. I'd go for smile.
Okay, we'll write smile down.
Gail on the back end, a very successful career as a sailor before she moved into lawn bowls.
Certainly was. Started to bowls at Howick.
Good bowl there from Gail. That stops a little bit of aggression.
I still think she needs to play it with another yard through of weight on that straighter line.
On the backhand, Claire Hendra. Now, let's watch this one. When's it going to break? That's the question. You wait as a player. You're looking for that breaking point. It hasn't broken yet. So
hard shot, Alex.
holding out and square through. One down, not the end of the world. It was a hard, one down.
It was
a hard end to score out of, really. So a 4-0 lead at this early stage to Melrose and Sims over Hendra and Bruce. Remembering that Hendra and Bruce need this game to qualify for post-section, and Melrose and Sims have already done so. And Sharon Sims here, one of the great deliveries in New Zealand bowls.
Just got to make the point, Alex. Taylor's playing up against Sharon Sims. You have to remember, Sharon Sims in the ladies' bowls is one of our greats.
Yep.
Playing at the top end.
Yep.
So, let's face it, it was early on, it was Joe Edwards leading at one stage and Sharon Sims at the top, changed it round, and of course won the national pairs on a number of occasions with Mary Campbell. So, you're up against, in a do or die match, you're up against still one of the best.
Yeah, I think Sharon and Taylor have two of the nicest deliveries I've seen at bowls, and Sharon's delivery is still pretty good. It's
absolutely.
It's not changed much in the last 20 years. She's always rocked on her heels a little bit before she plays the bowl.
Well,
when she addresses the mat and out.
It's a delivery for all conditions.
And Taylor exactly the same, just a beautiful straight lines delivery. Two of the nicest ones you'll see going here. And a generation or two gap between them as well, which speaks to how good bowls is.
It certainly is. For those watching, you watch Taylor Bruce, you just watch the pre-shot routine. Everything's thought out. It's not just jumping onto the mat and delivering a bowl. She works out where she needs to be. She's a very, very, I'm not going to say intense, it's unfair to say that, but she really, from her very early age, has been a very, very high concentration player. The lady that took up the game of bowls when she walked in the gates in 2008 in Burnside when the World Championships was on. And there was Kelsey Cottrell, and then of course Kelsey Cottrell became literally one of her sort of idols. She took the game up, and then later on went on to play Kelsey Cottrell, of course.
Brilliant, isn't it?
At the international level, and there you can see Sharon Sims lost absolutely none of her class that she's got.
There's a footage somewhere of Sharon winning the 2000, I think it was, World Triples, and she was playing 2 for
Anne
Lomas, and it might have been Jorgensen
Patsy
off the
Jorgensen
front.
Was leading.
And it was 9-bowl triples, and there's a shot there near the end where Sharon put the jack in the ditch, as sweet as could be, and it just never looked like missing, Kev. And she did show a bit of excitement, I must say.
That was at Moama, and it was interesting. Over the Christmas period, Marlene and I had the opportunity to spend some time with Adrian Lambert, who of course played with Marlene in the 1990 Commonwealth Games when they won a silver medal in the fours. At Moama, Adrian Lambert was the manager of the New Zealand side, and she was the instigator of having the Scottish team's bowls being sent away throughout the event to Don Sherman's table in Bendigo, and having all their bowls they had them literally quarantine and the whole Scottish team's bowls tested. There you go.
I can imagine that went down well, Kev.
Especially when there was a former Bowls New Zealand CEO who was on the international disputes panel.
Here we go, Taylor on the forehand, looking for a clean.
It's a great effort.
If she got clean underneath that, it was a perfect bowl, not to beat.
I know it's early on in the match, Alex, but we've quickly seen Sharon Sims getting bowls in the triangle around the head, and it does make a difference, doesn't it? It's just,
she'll just do that all day, really.
Yes, she will. And one of the great things about Sharon's always been one of those players that once she finds her way to where the jack is, once she finds her way to the centre line, things won't vary very much at all. And it's about that, having that, and of course one of New Zealand's best coaches as well, and she's about effective bowls, and that's one of the key things to Sharon's game.
Got a great understanding of all the facets of lawn bowls, and I think a very good call to have her as the patron of Bowls New Zealand. Gail Melrose here. Oh, look at that, a front touch it. That's gone really well though. The jack is now set to squeeze out to the left as we saw it then.
Well, clear. It's one of those heads you can look at for as long as you like, but you've got to make contact with the counting area.
Yeah, and picking what hand she wants to play. Doesn't matter forehand or backhand.
Enough to get under the blue. You're just turning onto it.
Opting for the backhand side. No, well, it's not a danger. The only unfortunate thing about this is that the bowl she hits is likely to keep going.
And that's
If plays
outside.
it on the backhand, it'll keep moving down. I'm waiting for this bowl to come underneath.
So that jack low bowl that's out in front of the head by 1.5 metres, that's the true target line down to where the counters are. And if you're under that bowl, coming down to the jack line, you're very close to getting some contact. And really, Claire Hendra needs to get that contact with bowl 2.
Absolutely, and she'll know that. She's a very good player.
Very good player.
Some laughing.
And another big match out here, of course, is Dale Rayner and her partner Karen Guilford, and they're playing, I think they're playing Remus Strickland. I think
They are. They need to win that game
and
as
they
well.
need to win that game to qualify for post-section play.
She told me she's played Sky Wrens 3 times in 3 months and lost to her on every occasion.
Oh.
As Dale Rayner. She was thrilled about it.
Perhaps this is your lucky day then.
On the backhand
Too
here.
tight.
Clear. Now she's going to need to pray for a bit of luck. Doesn't have the weight. It was just a poor delivery.
If you're going to play that tight, you really got to play it with full weight, don't you really?
Yeah, I agree. Gail here holding 2 on the head. Looking just to put 1. We can see there on the screen the jack is going towards 7 or 8 o'clock where the 2 bowls of Taylor's are. So Gail just trying to cover that and giving it a very good effort here. Just gutsing the front bowl and the back bowl. You're 2 down. Oh, you got to be careful on the weight here, I think, for Claire Hendrick. Gail, hands on head, so she's calm. As we see Claire on the backhand with her 3rd bowl. Trailing 4-0. This is not
Better
far
line.
away here from Claire Hendra.
Far better line.
Very close here.
This
Get
is-
that
this is
front
a-
bowl, bit
this
of
is a
jack
contact
movement.
line.
Great shot. Well played. So where the jack was always going if it was hit. And great bowl there from Claire. And a hard shot to play because her first 2, she was trying to do that, but they weren't very close to the target area.
Very
So
difficult shot to play.
a great 3rd shot there from Claire. And that'll give them lots of confidence going forward.
Mm. 4-2, Alex, is far better than 6-0, isn't it? Because that's what they were looking at.
Mm.
Well, here we go again. It stayed on right on the lip.
We saw in that previous game so many bowls, or jacks, sorry, fly into the ditch. Taylor even off on the backhand side.
Oh, I see Dale Rayner down the next rink, I think. Are they? Yes, they are they?
Yes, they are. Yep, playing Rima. You can see the Royal Oak, the strip that they
yes.
have.
And it is 2-1. So we'll be able to keep an eye on that board as well.
Yep, and of course, if you do want updates from around the different venues, bowlsnewzealand.co.nz is the place to go. Please go to the Bowls New Zealand website. On there's a couple of ways you can get to the Nationals results, which are all hosted on Bowl Sub Aotearoa, which is a wonderful events and competition management system, and there you have up-to-date results from around the places. Bear with us on some of the sections. There are some clubs that take longer than other clubs to send through the results, and we can only put them through when we've got them, but keep your eye on that, and that also will be, of course, where the post-section draw tonight is published, Kev. Hopefully sort of later on after dinner. We'll say after dinner tonight,
Well,
the post-section draw for the women's pairs and the men's singles.
I'll say this, Alex, that it's far more rewarding to be able to see the post-section draw up before 11 o'clock at night.
Yep, it'll be before 11.
Because, yeah, we've gone through years whereby Yeah, it's been a lengthy wait.
And Taylor sharing a smile there.
Good to see.
Oh, these players have played so much bowls, all of them really. They'll be taking this game just as any other game of bowls, seeing if they can enjoy it. Sharon on the back end, looking to make a correction. Slightly overplaying this one.
So now's the opportunity for
Sharon will laugh at that.
opportunity for Taylor Bruce to really give her skip a good start, a good changeover. It was short and really has played two ineffective bowls to date. This looks better as it's coming down towards the centre line, and it is. And we'll go by a couple of feet, but it's over the head.
Yeah, good shot there from Taylor. I'm enjoying seeing this matchup. We see Sharon on the back end. She coached me once, Kev, when I was 10 or 11.
Really?
My grandmother won the Tower Insurance. There was a promotion from Tower Insurance where Sharon, if you won the draw, would come and give you, I think, 4 hours coaching. And so 2 hours my grandmother donated to the Tauranga RSA Bowling Club.
All right, yes.
The other 2 hours we got a one-on-one with Sharon Sims. I don't remember any of it. I don't remember any of the hints she gave me. I remember the occasion. There's a photo somewhere. Me about 3 feet tall, standing next to Sharon Sims, who was at that time in the New Zealand team.
Yeah, well, it is one of the icons of women's of bowls in New Zealand, of course, in the Bowls New Zealand Hall of Fame, and won national titles, world titles, done everything. And I learned something today as well. I didn't. The company that I see was sponsored some signage here as well. I was unaware that, but it's fine. It's I see Apex branded here at Orewa.
Sounds about right. Look at this here, Claire Hendra looking to draw a third.
Gets a touch on the jack, makes it really good and does so.
Good stuff there from Claire.
It makes two with that touch of the jack.
Now we have a lot of pressure on Gail Melrose's shoulders. On her backhand side, she's looking to just follow Claire's bowl down.
Well, Melrose is on a pretty good line.
Very good effort here from Gail Melrose.
Very good line to the jack. Just as it going too unfortunate. Got the straight line jack.
Half a bowl underneath the line, and she's made the position worse rather than better.
Yeah, it's one of those things when the jack just moves on that straight line, it just makes it that much harder to get to. Claire Hendra going to change their hand to the...
Yeah, good communication here. We've seen it for the second game in a row. Good communication in these pairings. Both these pairings will have. You've got leads that you can trust down the other end, Kev.
Well, absolutely. And Claire and Taylor, of course, have played. I know at least 3 years in the nationals. And this bowl stays up. This bowl of Claire Hendra it's a well played bowl right under the number. That's very well played.
Very impressed with that. And Gail going to spend 2 bowls on her forehand now. Seeing even if she draws second shot, it's a good bowl on the forehand side. Nice and smooth out of the hand on that occasion. Gail Melrose watching this bowl. Look at Claire Hendra watching this bowl as well. It's not far away, Kev. When's it going to turn?
Just turning now and past.
Oh, gutted like a fish will Gail Melrose be.
I know the bowl went into the ditch, but she played with weight to get a result.
Yeah.
That's the key. It gave a bowler a chance to get a result. And there's nothing wrong with that when you're down on the head.
Yeah, she plays a good game, this Gail. Clear now with the opportunity to add a bit more pressure. Just needs to run it out a little bit, and she'll be sitting here with 3 or 4. And this is
That'll
a big
count and get some bowl. Well, not ideally where she wanted, but
it was a good bowl. It's within 1.5 foot, but it's made the target slightly bigger, hasn't it?
Certainly has, and this is where the line becomes so important. Gail Melrose, of course, very well-known coach. Got the bowl out on that.
She's close if it turns.
Is it 2 on that wider side? Going to get the Sharon Sims bowl.
Oh.
Gets nothing on the way through, and this could be at least 3. Three it is.
So a lead now of 5 points to 4 for Bruce and Hendra. After forehand scale, of course, was the rink coach for Jo Edwards when she won her most recent Commonwealth Games
Correct.
gold medal in Australia. And that it's a mighty game. I need to find it somewhere. I would like to rewatch it. Bit of a fight back is my recollection. Jo Edwards.
Certainly was.
Great stuff.
Jo, you know, is one of those tenacious, well, sportswoman, not just a bowls. You know, was very. Oh, not again. No, stay there.
Don't panic, Kev.
You know, was a very good soccer football player, of course, both her and Val Smith in their earlier days. But, you know, the great thing about Jo Edwards is that Jo just played the game bowl by bowl by bowl and knew how to manage a scoreboard.
Yeah.
You know, and will always be, well, we know that, one of the greats without any shadow of a doubt.
Yeah.
She's right up there with the greats of world bowls.
I'm with you. As we see Taylor, first good bowl first up, and Sharon, same delivery as she's always had. Briefly switched to Mike Kernahan's delivery maybe 2 years ago. I think she had trouble with one of her knees. So
She did.
She had a static delivery where she'd take a step and swing her arm, but back to the old favourite on the forehand side.
Question the line, yeah. It's going to dip now.
Just slightly underneath. And Taylor now with an opportunity to put another bowl right there. Very smooth out of the hand from Taylor Bruce.
It's a good line where it is from there. How far is it going to come back to the centre to where that jack is? Yeah, this is well played from Taylor Bruce. Just going to sit right in front of the jack, and this is where, you know, so early on, heads become so challenging, don't they, Alex? That and you're on the mat, you can't see the jack.
Yeah, you've got a lead, and she just is going to be relentless, and you know that as well. It's a hard game to play.
Sharon Sims would be quite happy if she could get a jack level second or third shot. She'd be quite happy. Or to give Melrose then, of course, something
Chance.
to.
Needs a clean run.
Doesn't quite get that clean run.
Well, that's worked out well though.
Second
Kev,
shot.
Second shot. Taylor here on the forehand.
Just question the weight out of the hand. Look good. And look at this. Look at this. Oh.
Nearly good, but it's actually
no.
gone. It's actually a calamity, isn't it? Because
Yeah.
what we have is a gap here to reach through.
It's not really. Taylor Bruce wanted to really finish and stay on that straight line.
Yeah.
And opened up one bowl width now for Sims to reach up.
I think she'll hit it. You got a woman with
Sharon will reach it the right goal. You don't have to worry about that. She'll be up there. And I'm sure you'll see Sharon Sims now will play right through the head to try and get to the counting bowls or jack.
yeah. The experience there, Sharon Sims showing, just understanding what she's doing before she's getting on the mat to play it on the forehand side. And this is not a million miles away, Kev. When's it going to break back into the head? That's the question.
Oh, perfect weight really for the shot. Just didn't
beautiful weight.
get that split to the, you know, playing that shot, Alex, does remove both of those bowls. Just doesn't get one. It removes both of them and gets to the jack.
Absolutely. And unless something changes, there's no reason why Gale would not play the same shot.
Well, not while you're not losing any more shots because of Sharon Sims' bowl locked in amongst that line of three. So.
Yeah, I think she made two options. Maybe even, yeah, I'm not sure. The first one I thought she was running.
Oh, bit of disco.
God, I love microphones.
Oh.
So was Gale asking for a drive shot?
Well, I think, yeah, there was a.
Oh, I'm sure that they can rewind back to this point, Kev, and figure out who was asking who what. And a good bowl there from Claire, and that we may see.
Well, you've got to play with weight right through it. There's no sense in trying to guide the bowl into the target area. And you've got to be plunced. It's
Same weight we just saw.
well, they both know as coaches that it's one of the few occasions where you know your bowl's got to start off literally just inside the line, really, because you're going to play with weight right through it. You can waste a lot of bowls trying to find a line rather than you owning the line.
Yeah, now Claire looking to clog the gap to remove that shot from
And
play.
she can.
It's good skipping here from Claire Hendra if it gets down just a little bit. 1, 2, 3. Oh, goodness gracious. That can't have been far away. And let's see. We got 2 back bowls from Claire now. Beginning to get a bit fraught with danger here. Gail Melrose has to be careful.
Out there again.
And she'll be disappointed with that. She's walked away from it.
Again, shouldn't say this as coaches playing the match, but there's an example with 2 bowls. Really, Alex, where you're trying to. It's just simple. You take your visualization, look inside that line, and play with weight right through, rather than trying to get the bowl to work its way to drift in towards the head. You actually attack it. Don't get too technical about it, Claire. You got 2 and you own the back. You weren't far away. We're getting a really good result with your last.
So they're just having a look at the options. What they'll try to think about is what Gail's going to do next. They've built a really strong head for themselves here, Hendra and Bruce. 2 bowls at 6 o'clock. You're holding 1.5. Gail's going to have to play a perfect bowl for 1.
Yeah, forget about the blue bowl that's in the middle, Taylor, because that's not going to come into the play.
Are they looking to be off?
So that's that.
The only thing that I can see them coming up to head to look at is if they want Claire to play a backhand onto Taylor's bowl, sitting at 11 o'clock to try and cannon the blue out and sit with about 300 points.
Always respect the other players still got a bowl left.
That's the issue.
Right?
That's the issue.
Always respect that. Right?
So it looks like they've decided.
That's the shot to play because you might get the jack as well.
Right, so they're trying to take advantage of their good head.
They would never write a book about it.
Yeah, they were discussing whether it's forehand or backhand. We'll see what Claire opts to play here.
I think the movement of the jack's fine because it also alters the shot that Gail Melrose has to play. If she moves the jack, it becomes it's a drawing shot.
Yeah. Here we got Claire. So I think this is a forehand shot here based on the way she's lining up on the mat. Right, let's have a look at the line. Here it's a tight line, so taking advantage. I like the aggressive, I like the shot selection.
The shot was on to get the jack back through there. You got everything that's counted.
Even if she'd been narrow onto that front bowl of Taylor's, it was good stuff, so wasn't able to quite take advantage there.
Yes, because Gail Melrose can't afford to lose a bowl either.
Yeah, I think that's Dale's sister.
Oh, Dale Rayner's sister sitting at the end of the rink there.
Pretty sure.
So
Gail here, much better effort with her 3rd bowl. Kev, this is close.
Close to the target here.
Close here from Gail Melrose. Little wick first.
A slide and didn't get it the full slide, but
what a mighty effort that was with her 3rd bowl.
So I just quickly saw the board. Rima Strickland leading Dale Rayner. I think one of our cameras flashed around onto that board. And because Dale Rayner needs this match to qualify as well.
Lovely jack delivery, well, potentially, from Taylor. We've seen a few jacks lost on this rink today.
A few that's been, it certainly has been, Alex. But there's a 2 metre safe jack, isn't it? Is it?
Whoa.
Is it? Oh,
tell you what, there's been so many jacks lost, I'm sure that it's a heavy jack. There's no other reason.
Well, it would have reached double figures by now, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would have. Karen, I think, is Dale's sister's name there. It's the lady that looks like Dale sitting on the seat. That's the hint. Doesn't play outdoor bowls, but has played indoor in the past, the reign of dynasty.
Dale, of course, very successful in her business life as well at AJ Parks, where she's been, part of the legal fraternity and IT fraternity at AJ Parks for a number of years. And I was very thankful for Dale because she mentored my niece at AJ Parks.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, change the length straight away from Sharon Sims, isn't it? She said, but we're not going down to that 2 metre stuff again. We'll get to a more comfortable length.
Like the experience again shown there. See the skips up a little bit now. It's the shortest end we've seen. Taylor Bruce, doesn't matter where you put the jack, she's going to be close to it, to be fair.
Just coming up low on the run into that, but it was on the straight line run to the jack. 6-4. It is Claire Hendra and Taylor Bruce leading Gail Melrose and Sharon Sims. Remedian, of course, remembering that Taylor Bruce and Claire Hendra need this game to get into post-section play tomorrow. And Gail Melrose and Sharon Sims have already qualified.
Sharon on the back end. Still a very smooth delivery. Looking to go around or underneath that bowl. If she bogs onto it, such is life. Let's see. Oh, just didn't have the weight, Kev.
No, metre short. There was Sharon Sims. Remember, in 18 ends or 3 hour time limit. The 3 hours hasn't really come into play, Alex, has it? And I can tell you that Shannon McElroy remains unbeaten. He's playing up on the top rink top green up here at Orewa.
Be a very hard man to beat over the next couple of days. And Sharon staying on her back end. No, she needs to make a correction.
Well, you look at that men's lineup, you know, Kelvin Scott, Andrew Kelly, Michael Galloway, Gary Lawson, Shannon McElroy. You know, it's a bit of a who's who, isn't it? Yeah, good adjustment here from Sharon Sims. Going to sit inside the Taylor Bruce bowl.
By the time you get down to about the last 16 or the last the quarterfinals of that men's singles and the women's pairs, I suspect we're going to see some pretty mighty battles and some great teams coming through. And Taylor on the back end again.
So I take it by the end of play tomorrow, Alex, you'll be through to the finalists in the women's pairs?
It'll be the same as it was, but in reverse. So I think we'll be a final of the open disability pairs, semi of the women's pairs, and the quarters of the men's singles. But there may need to be, I think there'll be more than a round of 128 for the men's singles.
Yes.
Which means that they may need to go 4 rounds and 4 rounds, or someone might need to play 5 rounds and 4 rounds or something. I'll leave that up to the people with the brains, Kev.
is Colin at HQ, is he?
Yes, he is. Yeah, he's at Browns Bay. Colin Williams, our Bowls Hub draw person, in conjunction with Martin McKenzie and Chris Lander, working out all the bits and pieces. And a good bowl there for a third one from Sharon Sims. Didn't draw the shot, but lovely position. It's good leading. And the skips will make their way back down to the end.
One of the great things I think now, Alex, and this is a compliment to Mark Cameron and really in the appointment of, let's say, that the younger brigade in Bowls New Zealand has seen some innovations come in to play, which, well, let's face it, let's just cut to the chase, should have been there years ago and were badly needed insofar as our draw management's concerned.
Yeah.
Results, the whole raft of things. So, you know, we've now got what I regard, along with following Bowls Australia, we've got very proficient management of our events with the way how it all works out.
Yeah, and we endeavour to continue improving as well. It's always satisfying to be able to deliver a good event and make things easy to find out and to understand, and we're committed to continue to make that experience better, which is why we ask people how they found the event upon the conclusion of it. We've run surveys the last couple of years. Gail Melrose here.
Good attempt after Claire Hendra has drawn just lower the jack with her first bowl.
Dizzy. But Gail has played some lovely bowls. A lovely attempt so far in this game. See Claire Hendra just looking to back up her first one. Brilliant first bowl from Claire Hendra that we see there at 1 o'clock. Let's see if this one makes it 2. Oh,
just
not
going
quite.
to pull up low. You watch Claire Hendra on the mat.
She's
is an example of how you can use the mat to get that line, that arc in your bowl. And you'll see there, Gail Melrose really crimping that other side of the mat. And it's the best way to make sure that things are going to work on the way home for you.
Absolutely. Gail Melrose looking to get past this one. Not to be, but she's opened up another opportunity.
So Claire Hendra's got a metre to get past, really, off her front bowl to where her counting bowlers. It's not an easy head to get to now, Alex, with those front bowls as well.
There's bowls that are quite short, so it's a bit of an obstacle course to get through. And Claire opting to play the forehand side, and we'll see what the head looks like. There we go, on the forehand from Claire Hendra as we have a look at the head. So the situation is that we think Gail Melrose probably has second shot at 6 o'clock. Oh, yeah, maybe not. Oh, it's a good block, isn't it? That's a
yeah. Well, there's Sharon Sims says, where do we go now?
Oh, if there's a lady who can find something to play, she will. Does Gail play the split on the
forehand?
forehand?
I was going to say, play quick through the port.
Looking to wriggle through either way.
Hard shot.
Yeah, I mean, how short all these bowls are in front makes anything quite challenging. You have to get a really good connection.
If you talk about percentage results, Alex, this is a very difficult shot to play. It's a really thread the needle shot, isn't it? Not going to do so, and it'll be a 1 to the Taylor Bruce Claire Hendra combination, who now move to a 7-4 lead as we move to in 7 of 18. Remembering, of course, it was Melrose and Sims who jumped out to a 4-0 lead. Melrose and Sims already qualified for post-section play. Claire Hendra and Taylor Bruce needing this.
But with them not qualifying, trust me, they won't want to win any less. Melrose and Sims, it's an opportunity for them to remove Hendra and Bruce from contention in this post-section. We see the jack. Is it going to... It stopped. Gail having a laugh. And Claire looking back down. Good weight control there from Taylor Bruce and a little shake of the head. I do wonder, must be the jack.
Something.
Rightio. So we see 8-4. Was it 2 there?
It's 2.
Kev. So a 4-point lead now to Hendra and Bruce on this, the 7th end of 18.
And Taylor Bruce now playing on what we would term as the kinder hand.
Seems
Alex.
to be, yep, from all the games
and draws
we've
a
watched.
front touch up. And look, I don't want to sound repetitive, but in the likes of pairs and singles, that front toucher on the start that it gives you on your head is just, it's gold.
Yeah, such a good bowl too with your first one. That means that your opposition's going to spend 2 or 3 bowls just to try and negate your 1 bowl.
Correct.
And during that time, you've got time to add to it. So it's just a brilliant start, really.
Well, you can control the head from bowl 1, can't you?
And with particularly aggressive pairs teams, sometimes you would see the lead drive that with that 1 bowl target. Some of the men's pairs teams in Auckland, I can say that I've seen it happen.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Here we see Taylor Bruce looking to draw just past. This is great leading here from Taylor if it keeps going.
I sort of like a couple of more rolls really out of it. Finish jack level. Gives a good eye vision to Sharon Sims, especially to get to the second shot position just inside that Taylor Bruce bowl.
On the forehand side. Watching this one come down. Needs a clean run around the back. That's a good correction there from Sharon. Her first bowl.
Well, Taylor Bruce will certainly be endeavouring to try and get over the head. Gets in between those 2 back bowls. Mixes them up on that forehand side of the green.
Absolutely. Taylor on the forehand. For the 3rd time. Chasing after this bowl. She must think it's good. How's the weight, Kev? Willing it on.
Well, this is
Okay, then die in the rough.
Well,
that's fine.
It's fine.
Whatever you see for the jack to come back, says Gail. Maybe easier to get to on the backhand.
It has to change hand, one would think, to get that to get that push onto the shot bowl.
Absolutely.
And the jack.
And pick your weight here, Sharon. Opting to play the backhand side, getting herself absolutely set before she's ready to play the bowl. On the backhand, Sharon Sims here looking for jack movement. Very deliberate bowler. It's raining, Kev.
It's raining.
Yeah. Although, considering the temperature in the shed is about 703 degrees, I'm not unhappy about that.
Great
Sharon
attempt
Sims
here. Just a bowl under, but it's a wonderful attempt. But it might look like a football for our viewers sitting at home watching this, but that is one of the hardest shots to play. There it is, 7-3. Dale Rayner leading Rima Strickland. And I'm not sure the situation regarding Rima Strickland with she lays, but we do know that Dale Rayner and Karen Guilford do require this game to qualify.
Just having a conversation about what to do. And I mean, you got 3 hours, so you've essentially no time limit. You may as well talk until you know what's happening.
Yeah. As long as you're not doing it after every bowl.
Yeah, well, I mean, you might take a while there, Kev. You might push a 3 hour time limit in that situation, but on the crossover, it's your skips first bowl, and we know how important the skips first bowl is. Should always be doing something with the skips first bowl. It's not a time to waste a bowl on the forehand.
Well, it's all about effective bowls, really, isn't it, Alex? That's the key thing.
Mm-hmm.
And if this comes past the 2 blues, I'm sure Taylor Bruce will be quite happy with that.
Good shot. Yeah, I'd clap that bowl.
That's well played to that. Yeah, on it is who's in charge here? Who's in charge of the fly spray?
Good question. I can see some deodorant, but I'm not sure if that would do the job.
There's one very annoying fly in here.
If we get it, viewers, I'll let you know.
Yeah.
Gail Melrose on the backhand. Looking just for a little bit of movement here. See the jack set to go to the 6 o'clock.
Trying to reach down in the target area
Close
is
here.
Melrose.
Gail Melrose needs
In
to
the
get
target
down.
area, played it well. How good was that bowler, Claire Hendras?
A brilliant bowler, Claire Hendras. One down, says Taylor.
Could have been 3.
Yeah. Coulda, shoulda, woulda. But a great shot there from Gail.
Well,
it's such a hard bowl to play on the surface.
Very hard bowl to play. Very, very hard bowl.
Brilliant shot. And Claire switching to her backhand side. The more open hand. Clear run to the jack, if you'll excuse the pun.
This is a very good attempt here, Alex. This is a bold attempt. How far is it going to sit? That's well played. Well played from Claire Hendra. Just finishes jack low.
Bowl or jack on your backhand, Kev.
Yeah, ditch.
Must be tempting from that end.
Absolutely.
On the other hand, you can drop there.
Oh,
Not looking for the draw. That's okay.
well, got the bowl away with a bit of a, I'm not going to say dump, but man, it's going to just slide under the head. Now here's the chance now to really, it's 2 shots here to the Bruce Hendra combination. All of a sudden, they've come from a 4-0 behind and now playing some very, very good effective bowls. And here's Claire Hendra again. Looks to be in the target area. Is it going to get all the way? No, it won't. It's going to
run out of
short.
Yeah.
Well, any chance of going for the jack now is just gone.
Yeah.
It's right in that.
So it's Sharon saying just get rid of it, she says. So you're looking for the bowl, not the jack here. Good call there from Sharon Sims. Clear on the backhand. Not clear. Gail on the backhand with weight here. Looking to sit through that pink bowl, and she's in the zone.
Oh, this is a good attempt. This is a great attempt. Here comes the fly spray. We're going to get this.
Okay.
Right.
The fly's gone running.
We're on attack mode here.
Where is the fly? I don't want to poison anybody with the fly spray.
No, we don't want it. But
I think the fly will see the fly spray and stay away from us, as we saw a point scored there. Another point scored there by the Hendra Bruce combination. Not running away with this game, but in control.
well, it's each end that ticks by, whether it's a one or as long as you're not letting the opposition, opening the gate for the opposition. And after being behind 4-0.
It's sort of as far behind as you would like to be if you are Melrose and Sims. 4's okay. More than 4 down, you're asking 3 or 4 ends worth of work to catch back up.
The difference right now, and definitely no slur at all against Sharon Sims, but Taylor Bruce has got onto that first bowl effectiveness.
Oh, incredible.
The last 3 ends, and that makes such a big difference, Alex, doesn't it? You know, as the game progresses, it just makes it that much different.
Absolutely. And we see here Sharon Sims looking to miss heavy with her first bowl. As long as it stops, she'll be disappointed with that. Expect better of herself. Taylor making hay while the sun shines.
Well, Taylor will be quite happy if she draws to the tee, really, wouldn't she? But now you notice just there, if you just get out of fraction, it just takes that longer to get that lovely arc back. Now, as long as this stays up, yeah, it's fine, and they'll be quite happy with that bowling over the head, right on the centre line.
Yeah, I think for me, if you're Taylor and Claire, and we know Taylor's got sort of the edge of Sharon at the moment, but someone of Sharon's calibre isn't going to play loose bowls for that many ends in a row.
No, absolutely not.
Yeah, she won't dip much, and when she does, she knows how to get back out of it.
Well,
so
here we see that adjustment right now. Should not quite reaching the jack, but
make hay. That's all I would say.
Taylor Bruce here will stay on that backhand, just drawing inside the Sharon Sims bowl. Dale Rayner now leading 7-3 after 6 ends in her must-win match. The Rima Strickland. Now it's to work toward the jack. This is exactly what we were talking about, Alex. This is it. Turn the jack around the corner. Great shot.
Good shot there from Taylor Bruce, and a good end here. Gale asking Sharon to stay on the back end, just make a correction.
One of the things, Alex, I must admit that I still enjoy watching is when you sort of your own, what you might be saying it, or got it in your mind, the prediction of what should happen or what the ideal occurrence is. And it's great to see these players, you know, they're not just locking it in the drawer and saying, oh, you know, they're trying to control the head. And what we're seeing at the moment is the youngsters are doing that pretty good, as Sharon Sims gets a run in for shot.
She's made it 1. And you take that. You just take it and go, cool. Thank you very much.
Bowls gods. That's the game.
Sorry, I was momentarily distracted.
It was a pretty feeble attempt to get the fly, wasn't it?
I thought Brendan was clapping something that I'd said, but he was actually going for the fly.
Yeah, it was pretty, yeah.
Sorry, team. It's getting a bit warm in the shed and we're going a bit crazy. We'll see Claire on the forehand here. So they're 1 down on the forehand. Looking for the jack. If she's slightly narrow, she can rock Taylor's bowl in for shot.
So, on its way, you're right. That's the line that Claire Hendra is looking for, Alex, and it's holding up good to the line.
She's slightly narrow. She was a little bit more than slightly narrow, and it's just gone clear underneath. Great effort there from Claire Hendra.
Just needed a touch on the Taylor Bruce bowl, would have given result in the shot.
Here we go. Gail Melrose following down with a similar plan, because if Gail puts one there, then her bowler's in the way, and it changes the shot that Claire has to play.
Gail's got out on that wider side, as we know from all the bowls we've seen, Alex, that if you're sort of too far outside that line that we can clearly see on the cameras there, you won't get back to that centre line.
Claire playing a bit more weight because you got 3 seconds, so she's thinking we should be able to get a good connection here. Backs herself with that more weighted shot on the forehand here. Looking to cannon the blue bowl out clean as a whistle on the forehand. Square through Taylor. Back on.
Oh, now we'll be drawing.
Yeah, yeah. It was a brave bowl, but accurate enough, and it would have
Oh,
worked.
it's only a bowl away from getting a good result. That Alex, really, he's you know.
And when you hit more of those than you miss, as someone like Claire does, that's where you can start getting little breaks away in a game. You can play a couple of big bowls, make a couple of numbers.
Just going to make a comment here, Alex. There's a 4-shot trail on here.
Yes.
There's definitely a 4-shot trail through there.
See what weight comes out of Claire's hand. Still chances. Heavy and narrow.
Well, I'd have been playing the 4-shot trail.
Yeah, she was looking just to cannon that blue bowl out.
Now, anywhere down in that area there. And sure, Gail Melrose might enjoy it. But you know, it was just after Gail's played 2 ineffective bowls, which she had, I just thought play that through there and then put the heat on.
Gail tried to give this bowl to Sharon to hold on to. So what you don't want to do now, and she's not going to, is give the shot away. It's a wise way to miss on that forehand side. And a nice weight, so she's learned something from that to the 2 metre mark. Now let's see where the jack gets thrown, Kev. It'll be interesting to see what length is chosen here by Sharon Sims, world title holder, Commonwealth Games gold medalist, national gold star holder. And that's where I'm going to stop listing off her list of achievements. Because
and patron of Bowls New Zealand.
And the patron of Bowls New Zealand, yes, I can't forget that. But if I go on any more, we'll be talking until the end of the broadcast once we get down to centre and club level.
And of course, Gail Melrose won a New Zealand Fours title a few years back.
Can't sniff at that.
With the North Harbour side from Birkenhead.
Yes.
And just whilst we're just quickly talking about Birkenhead, I think we mentioned it yesterday, the sad passing of Shane Gibson there. So condolences to Natalie and the family. He put up a real fight, did they? Really iconic member of Birkenhead. Worked for Bowls New Zealand, worked for Bowls North Harbour, and a lover of this sport for sure, and a genuine all-round good guy, and had health battles over the last few years, but fought right to the end. So condolences to all, and we'll always remember you. The little fella from Birkenhead gave a lot to the sport. Taylor trying to get that run home to the jack, and will do so. It's just that nice last metre that Taylor Bruce consistently seems to get, Alex, which is from a watcher's point of view, it's always great just to watch that bowl, just that last metre just honing its way towards the jack.
Sometimes you find that with the players with beautiful deliveries, when they let it go so smoothly, they seem to get more run out of the bowl than the rest of us. It just seems
well,
to
you know it's going
going.
to come home that last metre, don't you?
Great effort. Seen players over the years put cants on their bowl as well, Kevin. That's always interesting to watch. Bowl has a can on it, sort of looks like it's on a tilt, goes out and then back in.
As you and I have seen in Australia, Alex, there's a couple of players there who play with what I would call piebald bowls, and they just seem to keep rolling, don't they? They just
hurts your brain.
Aaron Sheriff's hard enough to watch when you're playing against him at any time.
Look at
this
is
Taylor outstanding Bruce. From Taylor Bruce. That's the perfect head setup, isn't it?
Hit it, Sharon.
As I remember watching Aaron Sheriff's bowls at Broad Beach as they just continuously, these piebald, psychedelic bowls.
Strange stuff. Here we go, Sharon on the forehand, just looking to draw position for Gail to hit. If it goes past. It's not the end of the world. That's a good enough bowl. It just means that the shot play has to be done by the skip instead of the last bowl of the lead. And Taylor just settled right into her work here. I wouldn't be surprised if she drew a back touch.
And of course, talking about the Gold Coast, it's this weekend the famous Queensland Pennant Bowls gets underway. Look at this, Alex. Look at this.
Great stuff.
Look at this. Needs to get in a straight line though. Can't get any better than that.
Beautiful bowls.
Can't get any better than that. Mate. That's. And of course, in New Zealand, we've got Caitlin Inch playing for Pine Rivers. Gary Lawson not now, but Gary Lawson will be playing, of course, for Broad Beach. Krista Leave and Dean Drummond playing for Musgrove Hill. Gary Mountsie, of course, is also in the former Paratutu player, is in the equation as well at Musgrove Hill. So the number of New Zealand players who taking part, and the Queensland Pennant gets underway. In fact, today on the Gold Coast.
So Taylor Bruce has put 3 bowls essentially on the jack here. Here we go. Gail Melrose on the back end with perfect reaching weight. She's not far away, Kev.
Close, gets the back bowl.
Good bowl.
It's a good effort. It's a sterling effort.
I would not have been that controlled.
No, but the good thing for the...
I'm not good enough.
the Bruce Hendra combination, it does give them a back cover bowl as well. Although dislodging a counter, it does give them a cover bowl as well.
Yeah. We'll just have a look at the head. I feel like the bowls maybe set up for them to peel out without any jack movement.
Just get the spit on the bowls with weight.
Yeah, we'll just wait. So Claire adding to the head, but we'll just have a look here now as this bowl comes back. Yeah, if you get the front bowl of Taylor's dead square, it may split, but there's probably jack movement there, I think, Kev.
Well, past the blue gives them...
That's a very good bowl.
It's a good bowl, not where she wanted to be though. It's she wanted to be on the other side of the head.
Now, what's Gail going to play here?
Oh, has to attack it. I don't know what weight she wants to use, but yeah, needs to attack it.
Wide.
Well, again, you watch the hand. It was.
She had to play reaching weight because Claire's bowl obstructs the view of Taylor's bowl square, but a disappointing way to miss there for Gail Melrose, and one bowl to salvage. Well,
the door's open for a 4 to hold 4, isn't it? Yeah, if you draw to the back bowl where Taylor Bruce's foot is, that will also count. Claire Hendra is out that fraction wider, which it needs to be to get past the front bowl. Not going to do so, going to fall short, but holding 3 good shots, and I just think Sharon.
Hit. Even if you hit the front bowl of Claire Hendra, you see there at 12 o'clock on your thumbnail, goes through Taylor's bowl. Bowls are moving left, right and centre.
There we go. That's the way to play.
Better effort here.
That's the way to play it.
It's breaking back into the head.
Breaking's going to get some contact. There's that. Will do
2
so.
gone.
Well played.
Oh, didn't hit it hard enough, Kev.
Well played though. Still, 2 down. But in fairness to Gail Melrose, that was well played because it was a difficult target, and Gail Melrose got.
Yeah, she had to play reaching weight to get it to swing around that front bowl.
Now.
You see it swing around there. A good shot.
Well, got the target bowl, which was the important thing. That was the bowl where if you were going to get a result, that was the that was where it was, wasn't it? Off that bowl. So change of hands from Claire Hendra, endeavouring to draw to where the bowl of Taylor Bruce's is to get another counter. Needs to sit inside it. Well played. It's a 3, 12-5. That's the sort of break now which becomes a challenge, doesn't it, Alex?
I think a challenge is, I think that's probably an accurate way to put it, Kev. Taylor and Claire will be feeling comfortable at this stage. And have every right to be.
Well, I've followed Taylor Bruce for a number of years when she very first started, and the thing that I'm really impressed with Taylor Bruce now as a mature player is about her consistency. She went through a phase where she would draw one very, very good bowl, and then there was a couple of spray mobiles would go out. But overall now, if you watch her consistency of effective bowls, and that's what it's all about, is a high rating.
She just doesn't seem to miss, really, Kev. She gives her most of her bowls every chance in the world to be good. And, I mean, when you think about it, reflecting on the women's singles final, which Taylor was defeated in 20 points to 21 by Selena Goddard. Both of those players are still in their 20s,
correct,
playing very mature games, and they have gears to move into. They have not reached their full potential yet.
No,
they will get better.
No, they haven't. And I think...
How good's that for bowls in New Zealand?
I had it written somewhere today. I think Selena was 29. Does that sound right? Does it?
I think so, yeah.
And now a gold star. So, she... Mandy Boyd, the same. Taylor Bruce will, over time, follow suit as well.
Oh, she will, absolutely. So there's that group, that generation of bowlers coming through. Well, not coming through, they've come through, that are just exceptional, really, and will continue to push each other on, I think. I think they'll keep having to play better to beat each other, and I look forward to seeing many more clashes over the years to come, Kev.
You'll see that. But ideally, we want to now start seeing as well, Alex, the next group coming through, whoever they may be.
Yeah.
And again, no disrespect to Sharon Sims, but it's the same as any sport, really. Taylor Bruce is really putting the heat on Sharon Sims now off the front.
Yeah.
About effectiveness and consistency. Sharon knows we've got to score, and look, I'm not saying it's a mind game, but I've just been very, very impressed with Taylor Bruce's maturity. And here we go again, down towards the jack, centre line.
Great shot. And Sharon Sims has overplayed her first two, so she'll look to make a correction here.
And let's not fool ourselves. Taylor Bruce puts hours of practice in. She's as does Selena. Both of them are very, very committed to playing at the peak of their prowess and are duly rewarded.
Absolutely. Sharon here making a correction. I feel like she may have overplayed it, Kev. I think we're going to see what No Lead wants to see. And we've had 3 bowls overplayed by Sharon and Gail with some work to do.
3 bowls in the Lebanese lawn. Go on.
A smile there between Gail and Sharon. That's good to see. And Hendra and Bruce feeling pretty good about everything. Taylor is having a refreshment. And is that Mark O'Connor I see watching?
Oh, he's back.
To the right of your screen.
Oh, there's just the CEO of Bowls New Zealand, Mark Cameron. I just see Mark walking by as well. They must be on drinks, are they, for us? Well, we've got drinks.
We've got drinks, yeah. If we shout loud enough, perhaps. And clear here on the forehand. She will add a 4th shot here. Holding 3 already.
Well, the good thing about this head management right here as well, Alex, is they're not giving a ride on the other hand.
Correct. So that was the logic, wasn't it? You play the hand with it. Well, there's a commentator's curse, Kev.
Correct.
She will draw a 4th shot, he says, as that doesn't happen.
But playing the right hand to make it, to retain ownership of the head, really.
Correct, yeah.
And not dish out chances to the opposition who are playing to a bare jack.
That's right. We see Gail Melrose here on the back end. Now, this happens so often. You get a bit frightened by your lead sometimes because you watch the player and you have had 3 bowls go hoofing past and you think, well, maybe it's faster than what I thought it was. And you double bluff yourself and fall short.
Well, this becomes a big end in the context of the game right now.
I feel if Melrose and Sims don't score, that's essentially... Oh, it'll be hard to come back from then, won't it? You need to be keeping within 6 points of these guys.
There's a good adjustment from Claire Hendra. First went by. This is going to stay on the straight line as well. There is nowhere to go, is there, for Gail Melrose? They've got 1 effective bowl on the green, and it's got to be under the head, Alex. Out of the hand, has to be under the head.
Yeah, this is a big end here for this game. We could be seeing Well, the last time I said she would do something, she didn't.
Well, she stays on the turf, it's 5.
But I feel like Claire will be holding 5 shots in a second. And that's big pressure for Gail Melrose, considering the fact that they already trail by 7 points in this game on the 10th end of 18. Claire on the forehand.
Brought the line in fractionally, but looks to have good weight coming down towards the jack, and is going to do so. That will count.
Holding 5 now, a fistful. Big pressure on Gail Melrose. That's great to say. The line of your first bowl, the way to your second, and you'll be happy days, Gail.
Yeah.
Makes it sound so easy, Sharon Sims. Gail Melrose on the backhand here, 5 down.
Well, better line out of the hand, it's for sure. Won't be 5 down in a moment.
Gail Melrose under huge pressure here.
We'll cut some
Clean
out.
run. 5, 4, 3, 2.
2 shots.
It is.
That was well played from Gail Melrose, because that was looking real bad.
That was looking pretty dicey, Kev, and it still is, but you're half a chance or a quarter of a chance still. You still feel like you're alive in the game.
17-5, you're sort of playing God Save the Queen.
Yeah. If they dropped to 5 there, that would have been that. And still a big ask to come back. We're going to need to see a change in dynamics here. Sharon Sims will be looking to assert herself a bit more in the lead position if they want to make a comeback, because you have to be scoring in multiples, and you don't score in multiples unless you've had good leading.
Interested here, though, Alex, is that Sharon Sims has been playing 2 metre weight the last few ends. I wouldn't have thrown the jack to the 2 metre mark.
Yeah, Sharon will be happy that the jack's there.
I know that sounds all technical and woofo, but if you're watching, here goes Taylor Bruce again. Look at this.
It just doesn't matter where the jack is, does it?
Look at this.
Doesn't matter where the jack is, and we see there spectators watching on. And Sharon Sims, front toucher down again. Taylor Bruce.
It's the last 3 ends in a row. That's that first bowl effectiveness right on the jack.
Oh, just incredible stuff, really. So Sharon playing on the forehand side. Out of her hand, pretty smooth as always, and giving this one a real chance. Kev,
Yeah, well,
Gail saying, come on, go, she says.
there we go. Sharon Sims gets that result.
Class there
Playing
from
that
Sharon.
2 metre line weight.
How good is that, after literally throwing 3 bowls in the ditch on the previous end, to just get yourself back together and draw a front toucher off? It was a very good bowl by Taylor Bruce, and Gail Melrose giving it a swipe of the chalk.
And of course forced Taylor Bruce to change her hand as well.
Have you seen those chalk pens people are using now,
Yes,
Kev?
they've seen the, yes.
I don't mind the ones that are cleaned off easily. And I played the mixed pairs, the Auckland mixed pairs, a week and a half ago with Jenny Stockford. And she had bought a chalk pen, a cheap one from Kmart. And it turns out that it was semi-permanent. I couldn't get the chalk marks off my bowls. I gave her a spray and said, let's use these instead. So it got very confusing.
So how do they get on now? Because with the amount of coloured bowls as well. And,
Look at this from Sharon Sims. Good, great bowl.
Mike Kernahan would be saying, why did you deliver it to the 2 metre mark? In the area though, in the area is Taylor Bruce. Just going to go, get a
Taylor
touch.
Bruce! Oh, goodness
Got
gracious.
the ricochet and bounce back.
I mean, would you not try and cannon the shot bowl out?
Yeah, it's really what Gail Morris is saying. Cannon it through.
Cannon the shot bowl out on the forehand. You trail 14 points to 5. You have to try and find a way to score a bundle. A number 2s and 3s are what needs to be done here. Sharon Sims on the forehand. Looking, you'd need maybe a metre, 2 metres over onto that blue bowl that sits at 10 o'clock on your screen.
The big thing is you want to make sure you stay on the land.
Yeah.
But that's not what Sharon Sims really surprised with that weight, and I'm sure Sharon Sims in her own mind will be disappointed with that. And of course the toucher in the ditch for the Taylor Bruce combination as well.
I understand that makes it more challenging because you can't afford jack movement. But that bowl goes out clean, and they do need to find a way to score points, Kev.
Oh, you know, you could have played that really on either hand, swoop down there to get that result.
That blue bowler Sharon square, there's not much of a gap between it and Taylor's. It'll cannon out quite nicely. We'll see if Gail Melrose can manage that, provided that Claire doesn't draw a second shot. Claire on the backhand here. Been a pretty good performance from Claire and Taylor. They both had their moments.
They looked very good.
Very convincing, playing with confidence. And again, we see Claire right in the area.
It's going to finish. Oh, look at this. Just going to sit on the top of the bowl. But it's another bowling on the head, though, especially when you've got one in the ditch as well, Alex. It's just more bowls to move around, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And Gail looking to make something happen here on the forehand side, giving herself half a chance. This is a nice effort here.
Needs an inside slide, which it
oh my goodness gracious, that was a lovely. I like that weight from Gail Melrose.
Because it was resultant weight.
Yeah.
Bit of a grimace there from Claire Hendra out of the hand. Has got the bowl out on that safe wider side. She'll be happy as long as it gets past the head, and it's going to do so.
Now, you've still got second and third. I think we'll see Gail play the same thing. Needs to get a very square connection onto Sharon's blue bowl.
Not many shot options for her. This is a different line than the first. This should swing towards the head. Is it going to swing outside or inside?
Needs a friendly connection.
Because it was everything was right about it, really.
Yeah, good weight twice.
Just that couple of inches of direction.
It's going to be third unlucky. Dale and Karen having a chat in the background. And Claire on the backhand. Was very close with her previous bowl. And is very close again here. Just drifting past, I think. Great effort.
But won't mind it there.
Nah.
Won't mind it there at all.
So, I mean, this is fraught with danger, but you have to play it. Cannon it out clean, Gale for three.
So is Dale's sister an indoor bowler as well, is she?
Yeah, she's played indoor bowls. She played for the North Island team.
Oh, it runs in the family, doesn't it?
It does. It's a pretty good dynasty, the Rainers. Here we go.
Will it come back? It's that
Gale.
In, out, either way. You know, hard shot. Just outside it. One more. 15-5.
With three lovely efforts. Yes, no, the Rainers, Trevor and Linda Rayner, of course, well-known indoor and outdoor bowlers. Trevor playing the singles and pairs up here in Auckland.
I see that.
And Grant, Dale and Karen, two of them, Grant and Dale, have played for New Zealand and indoor. Karen's played for the North Island team. Dale and Grant both have New Zealand titles. It's not a bad, not a bad family, bowling family.
Really good. And of course, that Trevor will be, no doubt, I imagine, lining up in Taranaki. He's a very strong advocate of the Taranaki Open Fours. He's a regular attendee at the Taranaki Open Fours.
Yeah, lovely man. He's a life member of New Zealand Indoor Bowls, Trevor, and former president. So a family that's put a lot into both codes. We see 15-5 lead now to Claire Hendra and Taylor Bruce, and looking confident and comfortable as they should.
Well, I think really 10-5, by the way. Am I right?
10-5 to Dale.
Dale Rayner leading in the game that Dale Rayner and Karen Guilford need to win next door. And this is really a lesson to date so far, Alex. It's really about that consistency, isn't it? And, you know, now we've seen Sharon Sims get close to the head, but it's really been...
Is it downhill this way?
I don't know, but the first bowl effectiveness of Taylor Bruce is not on this end, but the last 4 or 5 years is what's really turned the game.
Oh, for sure.
It's turned the game around.
For sure, because it's forced Sharon and Gail to spend bowls trying to get back not the shot, but the chance to get the shot even. And they've been unable to do so.
This is not making a mistake with the second bowl as Bruce. There it is.
Beautiful bowls. Sharon here needs to make a correction on her backhand.
These sorts of, what we're watching now with Taylor Bruce especially, to me are fantastic coaching videos, because just watch her consistency, watch her delivery, nothing changes, body stays, you know, stays still, doesn't swagger around on the mat. and 99% of the time is playing to the centre line.
Yeah, some of the best coaching you can get is just watching games of bowls. Go down to your club or your centre, come to a Nationals, watch the successful players play, compare what they do to what you think you would do, and then wonder why. And don't be afraid to ask them either, Kevin. They're
absolutely
very
not.
happy to talk
Absolutely
about bowls.
not.
Maybe not during the game, but afterwards, you know, don't be afraid to ask them questions. People are usually pretty happy to share their knowledge, and it's the best way to learn something.
And, you know, if we talk about the old sort of towel around the head with your 3 bowls, we're seeing this now end after end with, you know, at the changeover regardless now for the Gale-Melrose combination. It's the best opportunity is a one shot hold at the changeover.
Sharon on the back end. Not far away here. Sharon Sims willing this bowl to stop.
It'll come now. Is it going to stop?
Just about.
Well,
not quite.
More than likely make second shot of it, I would think.
As you said, it's for Gale and Sharon. It is about trying to find chances to score more than one, and that does start from the first
Taylor
3
Bruce has to
bowls.
allow you to do that, doesn't
Yeah,
he? And at the
it's,
moment, that's
not happening. Taylor just taking a swig. But Gale and Sharon have already qualified for post-section.
absolutely.
So for them, if they do end up coming out on the wrong side of the ledger of this game, we'll take it as something to work on. It's not the end of the world for Sharon and Gale. They talk about this game and what went wrong, and if it's faced with again in post-section, maybe they'll be able to do something different. As we see Claire here play a very good bowl.
Just one half a bowl, jack low, but shot. The difficult thing for Gale-Melrose is because the pressure they've been putting on, it's difficult to find a weight, isn't it, Alex? Because you're playing a variety of, having to play a variety of save your shots sort of thing.
Yeah, you have to be having a pretty special day.
Well, she's going to do that right now and draw the shot.
How good is that from Gale-Melrose?
Right on top of the
If I
jack.
had a cap on, I'd doff it. Is that what you say? Is it doff?
That's correct, yeah.
I'd doff my cap. But I don't, so I won't. And she wouldn't see me anyway, Kev.
No, because we've got...
We're in a shed.
Oh, they've covered the front
And
end.
they've closed the window. Oh, not because of our dulcet tones drifting out. Okay.
So, Cat.
I do like it down here. You can give it
Yeah, good call there from Taylor Bruce on the back end saying, I like it down here. Hendra asking how much weight do I need? Well, draw it and wait and see what happens.
That's about acknowledging that you have a better head, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Yeah, look, you're just in the area. Give yourself a chance. If she clears that front bowl, she's got a chance. This is very close, Kev. Look at this from
In
Claire
the
Hendra.
target area here is Claire Hendra. In the target
got it.
area here. How's that?
Absolutely beautiful bowl. Beautiful bowl.
10-8 now. Dale Rayner's match after 10. Tightened up over
Yeah.
Rima Strickland. It's
Very serious, Dale Rayner.
10-8 leading. Needing is going to qualify as Dale Rayner. And of course the jack now moved off that centre line for Gale-Melrose, and we haven't seen it out in that area.
I'll tell you what, she's not a million miles away.
She's not. She's going to be. This will be the shot. It'll come all the way back. Well played.
That is 2 bombs
Well
there
played,
from Gale Melrose.
Melrose.
Beautiful stuff. Do you go bowl or jack on your forehand now? What's the back situation look like? I can't remember. It's been too long.
Sharon Sims bowl there.
Yeah, that may dissuade them.
Will drive the ball.
Just drive the bowl square. I'd be happy with that call. We know Claire's very accurate. You're 15-5 up, so it's about making hay while the sun... yeah.
Well, you're one.
Your worst case scenario is what, 1 down at the back.
You get it. Then they've got to, you know, they have to draw it. It's not a bad result.
No, it doesn't look amazing on this angle, Kev. Maybe they'll just decide discretion's the better part of valour and try draw. Who knows? I'll wait and see.
Well, the great Nagankovic would say, well, there's a cannon shot on there. I can drive the inside there and I get that one as well.
That looks good to me, Kev. More often than not, it would have come off for him.
Oh, it's pretty, yeah. Nothing was safe.
Here we go. Claire opting for weight here. Initially what we thought would happen. And that bowl clean as a whistle. She wants to get it. She wants to get it.
Oh, that was only...
Can we, is there a slow motion replay? We can't do a slow motion replay. We'll just have to play it in our heads.
Well, that was only centimetres away, wasn't it,
Oh.
Alex, for the perfect result?
If that. That was just staggeringly close, really. You could put a couple of cigarette papers in between it and the jack. Maybe the feeler gauge that the umpire we saw use on the last game.
We'll put those away.
Fair enough. And Gail Melrose here on the forehand, looking to make it 2.
On a similar line to her first bowl, and is it going to hang it on the... Doesn't get the
Careful,
jack. Gets
careful.
the jack. Well, she's got another bowl back there.
Imagine accidentally killing it on the draw.
Oh, no, just...
One there. So 6:15 now after 12 ends. 6 to go.
And
9 the difference.
Well, and
You're
for
still alive.
Taylor Bruce, sorry, Alex, Taylor Bruce and Claire Hendra, it's another end gone without really any, not big damage, was it? Just the one shot. So it's not really, it's...
That's the thing. The required run rate, if you will, is pretty high at the moment for Melrose and Sims, and they need to look like they're going to score 3s, and they haven't looked like they're going to score 3s in this game.
No, they haven't. And that's...
Sharon throwing this long jack.
2 metre mark.
2 to 2, the full length. That's clever there from Sharon Sims.
Well, to me, that seems to suit her weight.
She'll know the weight that she's found at the moment.
And that's that weight consistency that that Sharon's had.
On the forehand, delivery has changed very little over the years. And we watch it not too far away.
Oh, it's fairly handy. A little hold up with it. Gail Melrose trying to get it to pull up, and it duly did.
The tiniest little bit of that blue bowl on the bottom of your screen. If you put a magnifying glass on, maybe 3 or 4 pixels worth, just down the
the
bottom.
See the top of it, really, can't you? So here is Taylor Bruce again, coming down, relentless.
It just doesn't seem to matter where they put the jack. And she's finishing with a good line too, so it's not even as if you give Sharon a target by finishing to the side of the jack. She's got good green, so it's just making it so challenging, Taylor Bruce, for Sharon Sims in the lead position.
Well, she's not giving any jack level leans to the opposition, is she?
Absolutely. Sharon here looking to make her correction. Willing it to hold up, finish in the back door. That's the right weight there from Sharon Sims. Looking to add a foot of weight here, Taylor Bruce. Of course, today is the final day of section play, Kev, for the men's singles and the women's pairs, which means that tomorrow is post-section. And I know that people are always keen to find the post-section draws. They will be published on Bowls Hub Aotearoa this evening after dinner, once we have confirmed all of the results have been received from the clubs around the place. So just keep your eyes peeled. When they're out, you will receive an email, and it'll be posted on social media, and it'll be posted on our website, and it'll be on Bowls Hub.
Well, if you don't know where you're playing by then, or who you're playing, you've got...
We'll put it everywhere. See if we can cover all bases. With a bit of luck, the weather will play ball as well tomorrow. Sharon Sims.
But you know, and I know, Alex, there will still be a bowler out there who. So I'll have to ring somebody to find out.
Somewhere. As long as they find out somehow, I'm a happy chappy.
Yeah, I need to find out where I'm playing.
We don't do messenger pigeon anymore.
No.
And Taylor Bruce here. Look at this, brilliant leading yet again. See if she can make her third one count.
Looked different out of the hand.
Yeah.
And
Just going to say,
good
block. Whoa.
Well, I think she's given you quite a few balls on the head.
Wow.
Clear, I think.
I wouldn't be brave enough to say. I don't say that to my leads. The point I was about to make, Kev, is that Hendra and Bruce lead 15-6. It would be easy to switch off just a little bit.
Yes.
Just a little bit, which you can't really afford to do, but Taylor Bruce has not done that. She's put 2 bowls within a foot of the jack, foot on the throat.
Well, if you can say anything about a short bowl, that actually on that draw into the head there's not actually in a bad position, because it can force you actually a bowl wider, and you know, how far will you come back?
As short bowls go, it's gone well there for Gail, and on her forehand.
And what did we just say?
Yeah, underneath. Never really had the right green, did it, Kev?
No, it didn't. It didn't at all, Alex. And that's
perfect weight. Not looking like this game's just marching towards a conclusion, unless Gail Melrose and Sharon Sims can find something magical. 15-6 now.
Doesn't like it. Didn't like it out of the hand. I can see why. Claire Hendra gave that bit of a steer out of the hand, and
we hadn't really seen her play a loose bowl this game, Kev.
She knew straight away. And you know, the good thing about that, Alex, is that good players, well, all players should, but good players know straight away that, like, they know that their hand's got to be
in a particular.
It's how's this from Gail Melrose? Better line here with the second bowl. Is it going to get some slide? And does.
What a bowl. Great shot there from Gail Melrose. Still fighting away on this game. If they can keep ticking away, they may run out of ends, Kev. You've got to score 2s and 3s. They may run out of time.
It does need, yes, they will need a number somewhere.
At some point.
To be able to be there when the bells are ringing.
Essentially, if you're Gail and Sharon, will be aiming to be within 3 points by the 18th end.
Oh, just going to stay on the wider side of the jack. It stayed up, so Taylor Bruce would be quite happy with that. Changer. So
Sharon saying, switch your backhand, please.
Played a couple of good bowls the last couple of ends, Gail Melrose, actually.
She has. Still
when down on the head.
Keeping in there, keeping her team with half a chance. She's tied here, though. It came out of her hand with a bit of a bounce.
Right, so.
Little feather, imagine.
Oh, well, got to play the same shot, bring that line in just fractionally.
I feel like this is another game-winning opportunity for Claire Hendra. I just don't feel as if Melrose and Sims can afford to drop another point. They're holding one here. But
there's a shot option on here for Claire Hendra, definitely, and it's not. The difficulty comes when you don't have a shot option on, but she certainly does here. Just needs to just tighten that line fractionally.
On the forehand, Claire. You're essentially assuring a win if you can score a couple of points here. Claire Hendra not far away here. Let's look at this bowl.
Yeah, good attempt. So that'll be another one to the Sims-Melrose combination.
Oh, they're just bubbling along in the background, aren't they, Kev?
15-7.
Sims and Melrose. They stopped the rot a couple of ends ago.
So
just clawing their way back into this game.
Jack will be at the 2 metre mark. You can just about, I'd say, back that.
So you got an 8-point difference. This is the 14th end. So 5 ends to go, including this one. If you get 2 points an end, you score 10, you'd win 17-15. Not beyond the realms of possibility.
It's not. And here's that 2 metre mark that we spoke about. That's where certainly comfortable there is the Melrose Sims combination.
Done that on purpose.
That's where they're comfortable.
And Sharon totally capable of just stepping up, playing 3 really good bowls in an end. Won multiple world titles. Commonwealth Games medalist. National title holder. Knows what it's like to win this event. Won it 3 times.
Certainly has.
On the back end. I think won the New Zealand singles twice.
Yeah, Sharon and Mary Campbell went through a patch where they just dominated the women's pairs.
Did they three-peat the pairs?
I think it was. I'm pretty sure that they did, but they were an outstanding combination when both playing out of the Manawatu, playing out of the famous Northern Club.
And a good bowl there from Sharon, a bowl low of the jack, and a couple of feet narrow, but a good one to correct from. Better than some she's played coming in this direction.
Taylor Bruce adjustment on her first bowl, centre line, but just low. Sharon Sims, old shot with
on the backhand.
the lesson there, watching both Sharon Sims and Taylor Bruce, is that they just never come up on their bowl, Alex. They stay feet down, feet solid, stay down.
Yeah.
Not coming up, not lifting the body up, and it's hours and hours of practice and putting bowls down the chute.
Oh, that's exactly what it is. You know, they've
gone wider this time. Has Taylor Bruce? That's but will still come back quite a way, but hasn't got the weight. Yes, it has.
Oh, so you got perfect weight. You can get your bowl to finish nicely.
You get rewarded, don't you?
Yeah, it's a nice way to play a bowl. Because she had good weight, it was coming back in. If she'd been tight with good weight,
well,
just disappearing
disappeared across the head. Correct, Alex.
Nothing bowl. And Sharon Sims here on the backhand. Her team trailing 7-15. She's been outled in this game, it's fair to say, by an exceptional Taylor Bruce. It's not that Sharon's played particularly poor bowls, but Taylor Bruce has been absolutely on form. And Sharon looking just to give her skip options here.
Well, we'll see in a moment how that finished up on the head, but certainly
every end feels so important for the Melrose and Sims combination if they want to stay in this game.
Well, again, Bruce out on that point, that line, and if it gets in this port, which is going to do,
brilliant,
gets the jack.
Brilliant stuff here. And Gail Melrose has to be effective with the first bowl on the back end as well. Through that gap.
Searching for the jack.
Yeah. If she, you want to miss heavy, really. You've got a bowl to clunk into. If Taylor Bruce's, it's low of the head. You could rest through that, get a wick off that, or go clean. Anything's good, but missing heavy is what will be going through her mind.
I think, Alex, if you were skipping and you had Taylor Bruce leading for you right now, you'd be quite happy, wouldn't you?
Yeah. Yeah, she's an okay lead, Taylor Bruce. Not too bad.
You can just say, well, I'll just come to the back, eh? I'll just cover, I'll cover the 2 metre mark.
Yeah, yeah. Please and thank you. And here we go. Gail Melrose, every bowl of hers vitally important for her team's hopes on the backhand. Now, when's it going to break? Because it's not.
It's got weight, hasn't it?
When's it going to break? That's a lovely weight for the shot. Square through that one. A good bowl, really, from Gail Melrose.
Well, behind the head is imperative now for the Bruce Hendra combination, because Gail Melrose has clearly shown what weight that she's going to play.
She's not going to be short.
So, therefore, over the head is imperative, isn't it?
Clear here on the back end.
Out on that wider side, how far is it going to work back? Coming now, but just going to finish at the jack level point.
Here we go, Gail. 3 down on the head. Beautiful weight last time. Need to take your line in just that little bit. Well, she's taking her line in.
Oh, it's going to get to the front of.
Could it disappear?
Disappear entirely out of the head.
So the issues. So challenging to play that reaching bowl on this rink. We saw Gail 4 or 5 ends ago do the same thing. She had 3 goes on her forehand at cannoning the bowl out. Was in with a chance in all 3 of them, but ultimately hitting air, and she's going to get one more go here.
Well, it must be behind the head, really.
Oh,
that doesn't look behind the head, out of the hand, did it? That didn't. Might have given that one a bit too much thought. It was.
Cross your fingers, says Taylor Bruce. It's fair enough.
Absolutely. Because, there's.
Backhand, Gail.
Same hand, Gail. Just stay on that hand, come down through the port, through to the jack, and you'll be holding. Well, different line. outside.
Yeah.
So,
That's the game, I think, Kev. I think that's it.
yeah,
Going to see the lead extended to 18 points to 7 at a minimum, maybe 19 to 7.
maybe 19.
And handshake probably in the not too distant future.
I'd say one more. If they score again, for example, and get to 21 or 22, you're not going to. You're not.
No, it's been I mean, they've kept themselves in this game well. Have Gail Melrose and Sharon Sims, but just clear.
And this is
Taylor.
this is wobbling into the counting position too, isn't it?
Yeah, they're too good at the moment, and that's a 4 there. And I just feel like this game has gone.
Yeah, it is 4.
It's gone for Gail Melrose and Sharon Sims at this point. Unless a miracle happens. Let's see.
Yeah, this could be down to the bags and finish, I would say, if Taylor Bruce and Claire Hendra score here.
Yeah.
You're not going to pick up those numbers, are you?
Yeah, it's just not looked like it. It's been, they haven't played poor bowls, but just an exceptional standard set by Taylor Bruce, and then ably backed up by Claire Hendra. She's played the bowls that she's needed to when she's needed to play.
She
them.
has played, really you're looking at playing 4 or 5 telling shots in the game, in a strong combination like they are, and Claire Hendra has responded to that. Taylor Bruce had, I'll say, the last end she had, but her if you take the consistency and someone's over, she's over 90%, Alex. No,
I would say so.
You're going to win, aren't you?
Yeah. There we go, on the forehand side. Sharon Sims are still playing. Oh, that's a good bowl there from Sharon Sims.
Certainly is. Just in behind the jack. Toucher moved it off the centre line.
And Taylor on the forehand.
Well, this is a handy line coming down here, actually, Alex. How's the weight? Just needed to get past the Sharon Sims bowl. Was certainly online to get to that result.
Just so consistent, really. Taylor Bruce, and with that 19-7 lead, 12 points now on this, the 15th end. I feel unless they can find a 3 or a 4 here, bump themselves into double figures, there won't be many more ends left in this game.
No.
If they can, we know they're capable of showing that brilliance. Gail and Sharon just struggling to string bowls together.
You see there, Claire Hendra just indicating to Taylor Bruce, 2 feet will do.
Mark O'Connor walking past in the background, former president of Bowls New Zealand, played in the singles.
This is a good attempt here from Taylor Bruce. This is more than a good attempt from Taylor Bruce.
Beautiful
This is
bowl.
more than a good attempt.
God, she's good. And Sharon may have to play the backhand if she wants to draw the shot.
Maybe 2. So
Yeah, brilliant.
Gail Melrose indicating that front bowl of Taylor Bruce's counts.
Sharon on the backhand now, bowl or jack.
Hasn't played many down there, Sharon,
No.
to be fair, has she? And we do know, you and I both know, Alex, that it is a different line. The good thing now about this head, it allows Claire Hendra and Taylor Bruce to own one side of the rink, and the only way that the opposition can get out of it is play.
Yeah, the way it's set, if Claire rests Sharon's
Correct.
bowl that sits at 6 o'clock, she sits with 4.
And
If Gail misses, she sits with 5. It's just
it's a
great
hard head.
example.
It's a hard head to play to.
So we look here and see Dale Rayner leading 14-8 in that must-win game to our left as we see it. Against Rema Strickland in her lead. Looking like Dale is on the right track to be playing tomorrow with Karen Guilford, long-time peers partner.
Represented New Zealand and India.
Yes, 2010. As a 4th or 5th year bowler.
Yeah,
I
it
think.
was pretty. Was it correct? Yes, it was. It was. I can't remember the exact number, but it was correct.
And the Wanganui, great Wanganui bowler. It was her last appearance for New Zealand, Karen.
The late Karen Keane. And let's just say that was very trying conditions.
Yeah, I've seen some of the videos. It looks like they were interesting artificials.
It's so hard here for Gail Melrose. She's trying very hard to get there. It's a valiant attempt. It's a really hard shot to play, Alex, isn't it?
Oh, for sure. Giving it a best chance. And they're going down fighting here.
Danny Delaney, Richard Collett. They were in that 2010.
Ali Forsyth, was he? Yeah.
Joe Edwards, of course, wasn't available for that Delhi Commonwealth Games.
Now, Claire looking to get around the front blue bowl.
Oh, that's fine there. Last thing she wanted to do was drift across and give a shoulder. That's what she didn't want.
Been ironic.
In 15 of 18, and it's the Bruce combination of Claire Hendra who are holding the shot. Less weight here from Gail Melrose. Is a great attempt for the jack. Got nothing, deserved more.
The number of times she's been within a bowl of playing a great shot. Gail Melrose.
Deserved more. This could be shake hands time.
I tend to agree with you, Kev.
Especially if this gets into the counting zone, and will do so if it sits inside the blue, and is going to do so. Oh, it's 5 shots.
This might be it. It's been a great day of bowls, Kev, and we will be back tomorrow for the Open Disability quarterfinals and semi-finals.
So here is Gail Melrose trying to save the situation. Needs to hook towards the jack now. Not going to do so.
Over.
Oh, it's only 2.
Well,
those others didn't count. I thought they were.
Okay, so back towards the bags then.
Yeah, I hope it's correct, Alex, because
21-7 lead. I just can't see it. 41. Sharon,
that's been
Sharon's
generous.
Been a bit generous there. Here we go. Fix it up.
Not even Lazarus would come back from here, mate.
41 would be a step too far. They would be shaking hands. And here you just try and build your head for maximum numbers.
So it's been a very moving into post-section play tomorrow, Alex. It's been a pretty convincing display by these two, hasn't it? They've played.
They've obviously had to fight hard. They've had to fight hard to get here because we know they've lost a couple of games on their way through.
Correct.
Claire and Taylor. So we know they know how to fight their way through a section. I would be not surprised at all to see them turn up on the final day.
And of course tomorrow, the singles and pairs, fingers crossed and everything else crossed, will be at Browns Bay.
Yeah, for the men and the women. Yeah, I believe that's the call.
Of course, a lot. Well, more depend in the men's singles of how many qualifiers that there are.
Yeah,
may see, of course, more than Browns Bay, of course, being used.
Yeah, it will be more. There'll be a lot of qualifiers through, but with a bit of luck, we can get on some natural. That'll be all communicated, of course, Kevin, later on this evening. If you're wondering, it'll be communicated via email who's going where and when. And also on our Facebook page and website. I'd have dinner first if I was you, and come and have a look after that and see what it's like. But it'll all be communicated nicely. And I think the Open Disability post section may be planning to be at Orewa, Kev. That's the last
I believe
thing
so.
I heard.
It's that I got.
Men's and
Someone
women's.
mentioned to me that was it here at Orewa.
Yeah, men's and women's singles and pairs, hopefully on some natural greens for post section, and then finals day back at Browns Bay Bowling Club would be absolutely lovely as we see Sharon Sims here on her forehand side, trailing 21-7 in this game of pairs, and again Taylor Bruce so consistent.
Yeah, she's owned the match, hasn't she, really?
Sharon just on the short side. Beautiful line.
So Taylor Bruce on that backhand will swoop down around that. 14-10 now. 14-10. It is Dale Rayner leading Rima Strickland, knowing, of course, that Dale Rayner and Karen Guilford need this game to qualify. They're in front by 14 shots to 10. And here we go again.
Look at this. Unbelievable. And
I wish this was against Australia or somebody like that.
fair enough. Hopefully it will be. Let me see. Yeah, just such a convincing display here from Taylor and Claire. I think most PS team would have struggled to beat them in this game. Let me see Sharon here with her potentially last bowl of the game. Just that bowl off. And it hasn't been that Sharon and Gail have played poorly, though. There's been a couple of forgettable ends. We've seen a couple of forgettable ends. But I think because Taylor's played so well, it has meant that Gail, instead of being able to be within a 2-foot target, has had to be within half a bowl or a bowl.
Correct.
And she's been within 2 feet, but she hasn't been within a bowl.
No,
and it's just cost them on some occasions.
And when required, Claire Hendra has played 4 or 5 big bowls.
Yeah.
And conversion, she hasn't really had to play saving bowls, but she's certainly played conversion bowls.
Absolutely. And that's what makes a good pairs team.
Absolutely.
And we'll see. That's the end played out. Dale Rayner, 14-12 now after 14 ends. It's tightened right up there.
Right up. Just missed Dale Rayner explained to Gail Melrose.
I think she may have found a gap.
Yeah, I think so.
And Claire Hendra here, just on the wide side. It's fair enough to just have a little lapse in concentration at this point. You're 21-7 up after 16 ends.
It's also a situation when you're skipping like there that you don't have to go near the head, Alex.
Yeah.
Gail, you play your way out of this because we've laid the foundation and
absolutely. Gail Melrose on the forehand.
So it won't matter if Claire Hendra comes right down to the... Well, that's
you almost
really,
just want to leave it like that, don't you?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Just go,
Don't have a long conversation, Claire. You own the head, get to the back.
We're 21-7 up. Let's just have a couple of bowls somewhere that's not on the head to make it easier for Gail. And on the forehand, Claire is. Perhaps looking for a short bowl.
Well, don't give a shoulder. If you're going to be short, stay short on the centre line. That's the idea.
Yeah, good shot there. Gail, potentially her penultimate bowl of this game. They may decide to continue. Of course, you can play.
Why?
I don't know. Maybe they like bowls.
Yeah, correct. It's a fair call.
That's all I got.
It's a fair call, Alex.
Of course, I see in the new laws, Kev, which come into effect on the 1st of April, if it's a post-section game or a game which requires a winner and you mathematically cannot win or lose, the game is stopped.
Oh, correct.
Which I like.
That's a good idea. It's fantastic. I've got no
longer voluntary if it's mathematically impossible.
No, I think that's fine.
For a game, of course, that requires a winner because section plays a different kettle of fish where it comes down to points, different stuff. Sort of the main change in the rules.
So Claire Hendra just going nowhere near the head, coming down the backhand side, getting right down to the deep on the rink. And will it stay up? Yes, it will, as the deepest bowl. And Sharon Sims indicating to Gail Melrose trying to get up here on the forehand, get a trail on the jack, get some movement, trailing 21-7 as we finish in 16. And by goodness, Melrose here, look out. might get a feather through, but it's there it
done
is,
it.
shake hands time.
There we go. Good call there from those players. And with that, Kev, thank you very much for joining me on this live stream. I've enjoyed it. We've watched this section play of women's pairs. Remember, you can find all the results for today's play on the Bowls New Zealand website, bowlsnewzealand.co.nz, and also our Facebook page. And you will also get an email. So if you're waiting and wondering where the post-section draws are for the men's singles and women's pairs, please be patient. Go and have dinner. You'll get something in your inbox roughly after dinner time telling you who's where and when. So that's us signing off. You can now sit back, relax and enjoy highlights from that game, and we'll see you again tomorrow.